and we are gonna do this thing. Kind of we left off yesterday. Open panel, open discussion. Let's see what you have to say. Your voice out there, because it's important too. So let's do this thing. Let's go on. Oh, here we go. Hey. Playing hide and go seek again. Guess what? Boo! Here I am. Sorry, guys. My the background is not working today. I don't know if it's the lighting in here or whatever. I got some stuff I've been dealing with. Sorry, I'm running late again. We had bad storms last night, knocked my power out, knocked my internet out, knocked everything out. It was all down. I had to get everything reset up again when I came in. So please accept my apologies. But here I am. Once again, technical issues. Always a problem. So welcome back, guys. We are continuing yesterday's show to today. Open panel, open discussion. Let's hear what you all have to say about this case. And that's exactly what it's about. I want to hear what you guys have to say. You guys have a right to voice your opinions, theories, and thoughts, all of that. So that's what it's about today. And I figured a good way to end the week, folks, is to do it that way. So welcome, everybody. Let's see who we have here with us. Unfortunately, Mama Bear is not joining us today. She has some stuff she has to handle. So it's just you and I once again, which is okay with me because I love you guys so very much. So we got, looks like the sweetest lady on the internet, Miss Cece. It's been a while. Good to see you, my dear. Thanks for joining us. Miss Brandy, the OG. Welcome, my dear. Thanks for joining us today. Always happy to see you. Evie Marie, welcome back. Good to see you, my dear. Peaches 81, great to see you. Miss Heather, it is so great to see you. 1 second, folks. We'll do Miss Heather. Thank you for that. Let me see here. Let me check this out real quick first. Make sure everything's cool. Hold on 1 moment. Sorry, everyone. Gotta make sure I'm doing things right. Sure thing. All right. Well, guys, got some somewhat good news for you guys, maybe, if you're interested. Sounds like a plan to me. So, real quick, Miss Anna Flavia Constantino, welcome. Good to see you. Mandy Joe, my dear, thanks for coming back. Miss Heather, thank you for that message, sweetheart. I appreciate that. Let's see. Miss Evie Marie, welcome back. Again, mind your business. I will not, but I'll try. Anyway, Catherine Christensen, good to see you. Cindy Ann, all the way from Rome, Italy. Welcome, my dear. Buongiorno to you. Let's see. Miss Joanne, welcome. Good to see you. Angie H, welcome back, my dear. Thanks for joining us. SRB, great to see you. Michigal, welcome back, dear. Again, guys, if you'd like, throw in the chat where you're tuning in from. I always love seeing that, guys. It makes my day so much better. Let's see here. Miss Cece, as always, it's so great to see you, my love. Thank you for joining me. No Chains, welcome back. Great to have you here, dear. Miss Carolyn, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Peaches, again, like I said, good to see you. The Canadian Cat Lady, all the way from the north. Come on down. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Let's see. Did I miss somebody? I know I did. Miss, oh, no. Come on, get it right. Jeff H, my brother, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Cindy, one maiden nut, my boy Eddie. Good, welcome back, my friend. It's great to see you. Thanks for joining us once again. Gaya Deguchi, welcome. Good to see you. Wisdom Speaks, Miss Sherry's in the house. Great to have you back. Natalie B, my dear, thanks for joining us. Great to see you as well. Fallen Angel, all the way from over the pond. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us, my friends over at Publicly Buzzed. Hey, what's up, Brothers Buzzed? Good to see you. Daisy Dead, my dear, thanks for joining us. Miss Evie Marie, I think I already said hi, but hello again. Good to see you. Lynn69, great to see you as well. Miss Kin Marin, great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Gigi, good to see you. Good to have you here. Let's see. Woke up in 1984. I wish I could do that again. I do miss the 80s so very much. Welcome. Good to have you. Evil CJ, my brother, good to see you. Great to have you here, my friend. Mudman, great to have you as well. Let's see. Anybody else I can see in here? CL, welcome back, dear. Thanks for joining us today. KC, so great to see you, hun. Thanks for joining us. Shattered Dimensions, my brother. Good to see you. My brother Faux Popper, what is going on, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Always happy to see you. Oh, let's see. Astrid Parker, good to have you here. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Austin Ferris, my friend, good to see you as well. Angela, welcome back, darling. Good to see you. Let me see. Did I miss anybody? I got 176 awesome people in here. Rhode Island Housewife, good to see you as well. Dory, welcome back. 57 Vicky, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Where are the rest of you? I'm looking. There's that Dago guy again having technical issues, he said. Wonder what that's all about. Maybe it's operator error. Who knows? Red Riding Hood. Oh, look out for the big bad wolf. Welcome back. Good to see you. Bonnie Bailey, thanks for joining us. Great to have you here. I think I'm almost there, folks. Almost there. Maybe. Strutter 614, great to see you. Miss April Stoll, thanks for being here, dear. Always happy to see you guys. Always happy to be here with you guys, too, guys. This makes my day. Miss Ruth Gosnell, my mama's in chat again. It's good to see you, mother. Thanks for joining us. I think that is everyone. Natalie B, I did see you. Okay. Let's see. P Fox, welcome back. Good to have you here. Always happy to see you guys. I appreciate your input yesterday on panel, as always. I haven't seen him yet. I was hoping Sarge would jump back in today. Would love talking with Sarge. Not yet, though. KC, good to see you. He's dead. Oh, maybe he is in here. There he is. There's the Sarge. Good to see you, Sarge. Thanks for jumping in. And Miss Kells, good to see you. I think that did it. Sheldon Wenz, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Commercial Zone, great to see you again, as always. Gordon Shumway, my brother, thanks for joining us. Cammy Q, always happy to see you. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house, everybody. Thanks for joining us, Molly dear. It's great to see you. Let me see. Did I miss anybody? The Karma Police, guys, you better behave. We do not need nobody getting locked up today. Pixie T, great to see you, as always. All right, I think that's it. I do. And thank you all for joining me. I'm so very happy to see you all. T2014, it's great to have you here again. Guys, we got 61 likes on the board with 193 people. Let's make it match, folks. Either you like me or you don't. Come on now. Give me a little bit of a break here. Get us out into that algorithm so that we can get out there for everybody. Mags, G, it's great to see you. Gina Marie, my dear, good to see you as well. Yes, he is. Sarge is present and accounted for. That is a fact. Good to see you, my friends. All of you guys. Kyla Delilah. That's an interesting name. It's great to see you all the way from Wales. Thanks for joining us. All right. Oh my, already. Thank you so very much. Good vibes, Stacy. Great to see you guys. And we got our super chat, first super chat of the day. Thank you so very much, Miss Stacy. I appreciate that. All right, let's see here. Hey. Awesome. Thank you for that, Miss Stacy. I do appreciate that so very much. Publicly buzzed in the house today, folks. It's great to see you guys. Thank you, Miss Anna, with the other super chat. Awesome. Oh. Yep. All right. Thank you, Miss Brandy. As you all know, this channel is 100% crowdfunded, guys. I post up the links for the PayPal, Cash App, and the Venmo for anybody that would like to donate to the channel to keep me coming to you guys every single day. There's the links, folks, and I do appreciate you so very much. Once again, thank you. Why is this happening? Okay. Nope. Maybe. There we go. Can you guys hear me? I hope so. All right. Maybe that'll change it. That's a little better. Okay. Yeah. Let's see here. So I did get some interesting news today, guys. Dara Johnson, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Just to give you guys a heads up, I guess it's in the cards for me today, guys, but I will be joining the panel this evening over at Publicly Buzzed for Feral Friday. It's always a blast over there for Feral Friday. I hope to see you all over there tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's always fun over there, guys. Always. Got to join me with the boys, Buzz, the brothers Buzz, Stevie and Dan. Always fun. Please, if you will, if you have nothing to do tonight, come and check us out over there. It is always a party on Feral Fridays at Publicly Buzzed. I mean, I'm saying, guys, party. Yeah, it is always fun over there. You never know what is going to happen. I'm telling you, it could be that, or it could be, yeah, either one of them, guys. It's always fun over there. Please come check us out. There's the link, guys. If you have not checked out the Brothers Buzz over at Publicly Buzz, it is an amazing show, folks. There's a link. Go show some love. Subscribe. Check them out. It's always something fun going on over there. I'm not lying. I'm telling you, I am not lying. Those guys are absolutely awesome.
Awesome!
Yes, they are. And there is my first piece of merch for you guys. This thing glows in the dark, by the way. It is so damn cool. The True Crime Cafe with moi and Dago. Yeah, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Yes. This is a badass cup, folks. Yeah, that's the first cup. So you guys got to start letting me know if you enjoy it and if you want it. That's right, Jeff. Thank you. Publicly Buzz is having a party tonight. Hey, hey. That means it's party time. Are we going to do it? Are we going to do it?
It's party time. Yeah. Come on over tonight, guys. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. How about that? Welcome, Fupa. Good to see you. Miss Jules of all trades. Welcome, dear. Good to have you tonight. Today. Not tonight. It's not tonight yet. I don't know if you saw Jules, but I guess I'm joining the Brothers Buzzed over there tonight. If you're interested, Jules, stop on by, hang out, let's have some fun. Amy D, welcome from Cali. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. What we got going on? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? You never know. You never know. I think we're going to be talking about something paranormal, and that is my forte, folks. So, hey, let's do that. Please do, Jules. Always happy to see you here or there, anywhere. Yep. I hope you guys are having a great day today. I hope you had a wonderful night last night. For everybody that joined me last night over there, I appreciate you guys being there tonight or last night. I'm sorry for the story, the true story behind Alcatraz. It's dark history, life and death. It was kind of an interesting show, folks. Thank you guys so very much for joining us over there last night for that one. I appreciate you so very much. Miss Willow, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yep. Oh, yeah, guys. You got to make sure you bring your drinks tonight, too. If you're going to do it, you're going to do it. Bring them on over there to Publicly Buzzed. Hang out. Me, the Dago, Stevie, and Dan, the Brothers Buzz, are going to be over there tonight having a good old time, guys, on Feral Fridays. Like I said, yeah.
Never know what you're gonna get.
Like I said, Gemini 65, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. There's some spiked lemonade. Hey. Uh-oh. Is that Dara? Like Sarah? Like Tara? Like Lara? Is she here? Interesting. Sergeant Friday. V. Oakley's in the house. Good to see you. Miss Kendra, thanks for joining us today. Appreciate you guys so very much. Yep. Randy Furr, great to see you. Dara Johnson, like Sarah, like Lara, like Tara. Yes. That's how I know her. Miss Paula's in the house. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. If I missed you, I'm sorry I didn't see you there. All right. All right. All you meatballs are so very awesome for joining us today, floating around in the sauce. Miss Bernice Rivera, good to see you as well. Jen, good to see you. I'm always happy to see all of you guys. Thanks for joining us today. Hold on a minute, folks. Good Lord, that's scary. My granddaughter just ran through and knocked over something. My apologies, folks. Lady Speedwell, good to have you here. Junkin' Mama, thanks for joining us. Lady Speedwell says, do you think the white car could have been a burner car, like a burner phone? It was made to be seen. That is a possibility. Everything is a possibility. Everything. Miss Kimberly, welcome. Good to see you, Mags G. Great to see you as well. I think I already spoke to you, but welcome. Yeah, right. All right, all right, all right. Come on in, everybody. Grab your coffee, tea, and whatever it may be. Sit down and have a conversation with me and whoever else wants to jump up here. Mods, thank you so much for being here and doing everything you do. I appreciate you guys so very much. Decoy, a red herring. It could very well be. You never know, folks. Damian Horan, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I see some new faces in here, and I am super excited to see you. Welcome. Great to have you here. Oh, let me see. Miss Laura, good to see you as well. Anne, welcome back. Good to see you. All right, all right, all right. So, what we're going to do today is pick up where we left off yesterday, guys. I'm going to put some links down. I'm going to give you guys the option to come up here. Thank you, Miss CC. I'm going to give you guys the jump up here, and Miss Heather, thank you both, to voice your opinions. Uh-oh, Mama Bear's in the chat. There she is. Good to see you, Mama Bear. Thank you so very much for jumping in with us today. Appreciate you. David James, my brother, great to see you. My brother from down under. Always happy to see you guys. Thanks for joining us today. Excuse me. Tara Webb, welcome. Hello, meatballs. Welcome to the sauce, everybody. We are floating around. We're going to spill a little bit of sauce today from you guys. You guys are going to be spilling the sauce, and I'm just going to be listening and responding to what you have to say, answering any questions I can, any of that stuff. Again, thank you, Miss Heather. Again, guys, this channel is 100% crowdfunded. As I say, the links for PayPal, Cash App, Venmo are put up. That way I can make sure that the bills are paid so that I can come here to see you guys every single day, paying the internet, the StreamYard, paying off all my sources. I'm just kidding. That does not happen. I wish. I don't have any sources. But anyway, Miss Audrey Cakes, good to see you. And we got a new member. Looks like Junkin' Mama. Welcome to the family, my dear. So great to have you here with us. Thank you for joining us today and for joining the sauce with us. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Miss Shigel. I will be checking that out as well. Doozer do, welcome. Good to see you. Right, exactly. I wish. Let's see. Skills to pay the bills. Gotta have skills. That's a fact. I know my pretty face ain't gonna pay them bills. There we go again. Gotta love it. Anyway, sorry for that. Heather is correct. Thank you so much, Heather. We have 230 awesome people tuning in right now. Thank you so very much for that. Guys, on your way in the door, if you have not done it yet, please leave a little DNA on the like button for me. Please share this out to anybody, everybody, and anyone you think would be interested in seeing and or hearing this. And hit that notification bell so you don't miss a thing. Those stupid water bottles. They were supposed to be moved. I just never got a chance to do it. I will be doing it. Soon, I promise. I promise. What's up, Strike First, little brother? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Again, thank you, Miss Heather, for that. All right. So, I guess the first thing I need to do is to invite the guest up here, huh? So there's a link in chat right now, guys, for the first one of you that would like to join me today. I'm going to go ahead and pin this link here. It'll be there. Now, I typically only like to take 1 to 2 people at a time. That way everybody has the time to talk. For a few minutes, we'll get it out, and then we can rotate through and get anybody else that wants to take the time to come up here. Love MJ2. Good to see you. And that is, here we go. Contestant number 1. Come on down. You're the first contestant on whatever we want to call this. Welcome, Eddie. Good to see you, my friend. Good to have you.
Thank you. I like those water bottles falling in the background.
Yeah.
I do, because it reminds me of what I'm going to say.
Oh, well, there you go. I set it up the stage for you, my friend. I did it on purpose. I promise. I promise.
But before I begin, can you guys imagine, like, if somebody asked you on November 12th, 2022, if you could foresee yourself on this day, where do you see yourself in 6 months? Oh, I think I'd be talking to all these folks that I don't know about this case, these quadruple homicides. I mean, this is bizarre. This has got not only our whole nation captured, but the entire world. So,
yes. He's right, folks. It's not just in Ohio. It's not just in Idaho. It's not just in the United States. It's all over the world. I have people in here from Finland, Sweden, Germany, Japan, everywhere, guys. So this is a worldwide known case. It's quite interesting.
I was using I was talking to a friend last night, and we always try to go through these thought experiments. We're using each other as a sounding board. I'm trying to put Brian in this house and doing the crime. I tell you, I am. It's not like I have him innocent, just out of just blindly innocent.
Yeah.
With Brent Kopaka, I can't see him doing the crime, because then your incel theory doesn't work. It's going to sound like a demolition crew in there, and your water bottles in the background. Can you imagine? They're tearing through the house doing this, and things are going to be falling from the shelves or the dressers. It's just going to be noisy. So
definitely.
Does he do it with those two surviving roommates? It's possible. I can see that, I can work through that in my mind, but the trouble there, maybe it's both of them, maybe it's just one. Regardless of that, the police are going to know.
Right.
So that doesn't really work. Does he do it alone? And I'll tell you absolutely no. In my mind, he can't do it alone. When we, our part is to be that of the juror to, we're looking for reasonable doubt. We're not, trying to be the gadfly who will not stay within realistic bounds and counter every question with these fantastic excuses.
Right.
So, but what I mean by that is, like, he's driving this car, 3 times. What is he doing that for? Explain it. Oh, he's waiting for the light to go off. Mm-hmm. Well, then what happens if the light doesn't go off? That cuts both ways. So, he's been watching the house these 12 times, and he just focused on this house. So, well, it's a party house, so the light never goes off. Okay. So he would know that the light's never going to turn off. And furthermore, have you ever been awake in your house when the light is off? It's not like when the light turns off, people are sleeping immediately. So, so I look for patterns, and the fact that, supposedly the victims are in their bedrooms, and people write that off as, well, they were sleeping, they were in their rooms. But I kind of look at it as the second location. I'm sure everyone's familiar with second location. And if not, right now you're in the primary location. And if the bad guy is trying to take you away from there, you fight with all your being to stay in that first location. Because even though you might be at point blank range, your chances of survival in the second location are less than right now. So, the second location is where he's going to be, his odds of doing what he's going to do is going to be increased. Your odds are decreased. He's going to have the privacy to be able to do that. So now the primary location for these students would have been just in a common room in the house, in my mind. Mm-hmm. So you're not going to really want to do it right there in the living room, because then when 2 others arrive home, well, they're going to see it. That goes without saying. You don't want to do it there. So you're going to be able to want to do this in secret. So the bedroom, the first level, take out the biggest threat in the house. So, in my mind, you have two different times, because the more people we add to this crime, if there's 6 people doing these homicides or whatever, anywhere from 2 to 6,
Right.
or whatever number you ascribe to it,
Sure.
the less chance of this being able to, be concealed. So you're looking at 2 different times of the crime, in my mind, because you'll have 2, and then you'll wait for the other 2.
Mm-hmm.
So that to me kind of brings me to this next point. So that tells me that there's a great amount of control in this crime scene, as opposed, or in contrast to chance. If you do this crime as the lone incel guy, the Brian Kohlberger kind of blundering in through the back door. And by the way, how does the back door even become unlocked? Oh, it's a party house. It's always unlocked.
Yeah.
How does he know that a German Shepherd isn't going to, once he gets into the house, then greet him, right, and tear him up? Well, he's carrying 12 pounds of hamburger that's laced with this drug, this sleeping pills. He comes prepared. He's a smart guy. He's got 12 pounds of burger, for the dog, whatever. Right. So that's if you kind of go step by step in your mind, how this crazed guy who's jealous of 2 girls having a friendship, is going about this crime, that's entirely by chance.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So,
hold on one second, Eddie.
Yeah.
We're gonna 1 second, bud. We're gonna definitely check that out. Who's this? Is it Mama Bear? It is. How about that? Welcome, Mama Bear. Thank you, Vicky, for the super chat. I appreciate that so very much, more than you know. And we're gonna check out that video that Anna sent us, and we'll do that here in just a few. Can you hear us, Mama Bear? Hello? Are you there? Mama Bear? Okay. Go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right. Okay. So
Here.
I was just trying to talk about, control versus chance. I mean, if you kind of look at that crime scene, if you're working through it in your mind that he's doing this alone, that's fine. But there's a lot left up to chance.
Yeah. Right.
So.
Absolutely. No, that makes perfect sense to me, and that's an interesting insight into it. I absolutely agree with you. And I appreciate that, as always, with everything you bring up here. I appreciate that so very much. It is a different way to look at things too, folks. I mean, you think about it, it's quite interesting to me.
I've kind of entertained the thought, on the second presser, the question was asked, was the killer the 911 caller? And he kind of struggled with that answer. That's intriguing to me.
It is intriguing. I was going to say.
I don't know what to read into that.
I don't either. That should have been, in my opinion, a definite no right off the bat, or yes.
With
obviously.
Almost sarcasm, like, no.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like that's kind of ridiculous.
What kind of question was that?
Yeah, and it was something that was a struggle to answer, which, okay. Makes you think. I'll be honest with you. It definitely makes you think.
Yeah, if you take the 3 press conferences all combined, something is off.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then, we'll never know, but, I'm curious to know who responded to that questionnaire.
Right.
His PhD study questionnaire.
Yeah, definitely. I've always wondered that too. Hold on one moment, guys. I got to change something, a setting here real quick. 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. Diane Crawford says, in my opinion, he did this alone. If someone else, they would be talking. That's well, I not necessarily. Why would they be talking if they're trying to stay out of the limelight, stay hidden, and not wanting to be prosecuted for this? I don't think they'd be talking. That's my opinion as well. So I don't know. Yeah, there's comes Sarge. I want to know if the four figures running on the Banfield came forward. I'd like to know that myself.
Or were they questioned? Were they identified and questioned?
That's another thing. Like they, first of all, they should have been stopped right then and there. If those officers were doing what they said they were doing, well, they stopped guys walking across the field. Why didn't you stop guys running past you? You know what I mean? That's always bothered me.
My phone's about ready to give up, but I'll leave you with this. You know, she yelled, and she being Dylan, she yelled, "Shut the F up." That's just hearsay. That we haven't read that in text. That's just, I don't even know where that's coming from, but how would we ever know that? So I just kind of want to, we have to stay within bounds of reality. She didn't say that. I mean, she might have. In reality, she might have. But what I'm saying is we can't run with that because that's nothing that's been official. Law enforcement hasn't told us it. So
that's right.
We can't really use that in our argument with one another.
I absolutely agree on that. I do for sure.
Hopping down.
All right, brother. Thank you again very much, Eddie. I appreciate your insight as always.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Welcome, Sarge. How are you today, my friend?
Mr. Dago, how are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you for asking. How are you?
Well, if I was any better, my name would be Dago.
There you go. There you go. All right. Welcome back, Mama Bear. Can you hear me now?
Hi. The internet's not the greatest here at the hospital, so.
Gotcha. Well, welcome.
Hello,
either
Mama
way.
Bear.
Hi. Need you guys to help me stay awake for a couple hours before my next nap.
There you go.
I think we can do that.
I take a nap every day.
Yes.
Here's one thing that's kind of dawned on me this morning when I see people respond to comments that I make.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's incredible to me how easily people will believe what they're told and not question it. For instance, him turning off his cell phone in that PCA literally means nothing, okay, until you put him in that house, right?
Yes, sir.
The white car in the neighborhood literally could be anybody's white car. Matter of fact, there's a white car that mimics exactly what Brian drove in the driveway of the house in question.
Looks very close.
There is a white car that if you saw a side view, it looks like an Elantra.
That's right.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying, though. It's kind of funny how people are able to extrapolate guilt of this gentleman without actually anything pointing to his presence in the home. They interpret the information as it's sold to them. That theory is accepted as a sign of guilt. And what a terrifying thing that is. It
is. I agree. Very much so.
Right, where I can accept a cell phone ping is relevant if you could show me Brian Koberger was in that home. Then that's part of your circumstantial stuff, and I'll buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that white car was his, but nobody's referred to that as Brian Koberger's car, except the police referring to suspect car 1. Well, there's how many people in that area that could be suspects? Right. So you're talking about the entire population that has a white car.
That's right. And when you saying that, it's something that's been bothering me. Pretty much, it's been a while. But if we haven't realized this, folks, nobody has clarified clearly ever seeing Brian Koberger anywhere near that house, even with those stupid pings that mean nothing to me. Never seeing him around that house, never seeing him in that car, never seeing him in that house. Just period. Himself. Never.
Not even on that night of in question, ever.
No, and that's something that has bothered me. If you put it all together and think about it for a minute, there's never one time been a visual visual clarification of Brian Koberger at that house, near that house, around this scene, anything with that car or nothing. So yeah, that's a problem, folks. That's a big problem.
And then when they say he threw garbage out across the street, they extrapolate that proves his guilt. And I don't mind being attacked on what my observations are. I don't even consider these opinions. These are just observations that lead to more questions. And if those questions can't be answered, then they remain observations.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
They observed him throwing trash in a neighbor's garbage can. That's an observation. I don't even want to get into why. There's no meaning to that to me. Okay, so what? So what? Maybe his parents are in a habit of using other people's garbage cans to not pay a bill themselves. Who knows? Who cares?
In a lot of places, as I explained before, people separate garbage. You have to have,
But does that even matter when it comes to the statement that they witnessed him do that? How does that show he's the killer?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Right. So no matter how you interpret that observation, the scary thing is the majority of people, or not the majority, but there's a great number of people that believe it to be true as a sign of guilt, rather than waiting for more information to stitch that together. It's like sewing together a shirt and putting it on while only one sleeve is stitched and accepting it as a shirt. Well, it isn't a shirt until it's fully stitched, right? It's just cloth.
Right.
And it's scary how many people in the world, or especially in America, let this idiot box think for them.
That's fact. That is a fact. Jules says, just an FYI, get ready for a mini clown show. Awesome. Incoming, because there's now a receipt people are looking at for a hotel room for Brian and his dad. And everyone is acting like it's real with no effing letterhead. Shake my head. Here we go again.
Right. And if they do have a receipt for a hotel room, that might be exculpatory for the evening in question. It may not be. Who cares?
That's the thing I'm saying. It still does not put him in that house, around that house, in the car with a weapon and doing this.
It may show that he couldn't have possibly committed these crimes because here's another thing I heard today from the clown circus or whatever. It's he's got that funny face. He does.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But he made a point that 11 of the 12 cell phone pings were used, but one of them was inaccurate. Though he said that what he came across showed him that the ping the next morning isn't real.
Okay. Well, so that's one of the biggest ones.
He was referring to how, and I understand how they work and how inaccurate they are. Okay, I do get that. Brian's car. What would you want to do in Brian's car? I would want to search the database for his GPS.
That's right.
Your car monitors where you're going. So does your phone. Right.
Mm-hmm.
When you connect your phone to it, it interacts with the car, and the car then and your phone have location data so they can guide you on your path. So. Again, there's a lot of things that they could produce to get me to say that son of a gun needs to be, whatever. But they just haven't met that bar yet.
Right.
Well, and I mean, him and his dad did travel from Washington all the way across the United States. So I'm sure there probably is some hotel receipts.
I would imagine.
Right. I'm sure.
They were on the road for 18 hours. I'm not going to say that you're going to drive that entire, I couldn't do it. So.
Right, but it is rather fearful to see how many people just simply buy a narrative.
Yeah,
and they don't question it. Like there's all that stuff going on in Ukraine and Russia, and most people do not know that Obama created a coup in the Ukraine in 2014. Right, and the Ukraine started to shell all the neighboring areas to the Russian border. That's what started this conflict. But most people don't know that, and when they're told our freedom is in danger. No, we should have just left Russia alone. What are we doing over there, man? Right? We shouldn't be there cooing out governments and then them governments attacking border towns of Russia. What are we doing?
It's not our business, right?
Right. But the sad thing is people don't do any reading. And then when they hear statements like that from people like me or you or Mama Bear or Jules, or all of these people that are streaming, showing you data that's irrefutable. So when Jules shows you a document about them saying, you don't have to use the DNA because, if there's enough without it, we feel like they're going to object to that someday and it'll become invalid,
Exactly.
So when someone shows you that document, that means everything about what's written in it. That's it. You can only define what it states, right?
Right. Real quick here, Echo 444 wanted to ask Sarge, What do you think about the black SUV driving past the Banfield body cam at about 3 a.m.? And do you think that may have been Quinn's truck? Is that suspicious timing or not to you?
I've never heard of that because I don't pay attention to anything that comes off the internet unless it's a document. That's why I jump into this stream and Jewel stream and other streams where they're showing you, like I did during the Trump administration. I was in contact with General Flynn, Sidney Powell, Mike Flynn, Joe Flynn, all kinds of people researching that dossier that's now proven to have been completely fabricated, right? Mm-hmm. So I worked on all of that stuff. And if I can't document it, then I can't speak to it. And if you can't document, I mean, that having anything to do with this accusation against Brian, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know. And we will never know really, unless they show us Brian was in that house. If they can't do that, then this SUV might be the key to cracking the case. Right. But we don't know. Right. Because you're seeing it on a video from a cop camera or from a YouTuber. And it's great information, but does it exonerate or convict Brian Kohlberger? No.
Right.
Go ahead. I'm not going to monopolize your show today like I did yesterday. I'm going to
You took over the show yesterday.
Monopoly man. That's who I am.
You're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You make perfect points. Although I did notice this question. I don't know how to answer this because I'm a little confused. But based on what Echo said, asked Sarge if he thinks about the black SUV driving past Banfield, body cam 3 image. Was that Quinn's truck? Suspicious timing? No. Then Gossip News says, wait, I have a truck. So the way that comes back to me, Gossip News and True Crime, are you saying that you're Quinn?
No, I think they're just saying, hey, I have a truck. Is it me?
Wait, I have a truck. Question. Okay, I'm just making sure. I want to clarify that before,
I mean, it could be wrong, but I'm just saying that's the way I took it.
Yeah, Dylan did take a picture with the truck. I've heard that her boyfriend has the truck as well as her father has a truck. So, I mean, I have a truck. You know what I'm saying? Lots of people have trucks, but we don't know for a fact. But again, to take this all the way back, oh, I see what you're saying, Heather. Okay.
You remember the other day when I came in and I said, what we should all do, these people like all of the people in this chat room, which are open-minded and observant, is we should collate this data and send it to both sides of the argument, the prosecution and the defense.
Yes.
Because that way, because what we're seeing isn't ignorant, it isn't clickbait, right? His phone turned off. Well, that's exculpatory evidence because where did it turn off? Well, in Pullman, where he lives. Okay, that's what your cell ping information shows me. It tells me he went home. So if the guy comes back and says, "Yeah, I was home. I took a nap for an hour and a half, and then I went back out again," how do you dispute that? Your cell ping puts him there. Right. That is exculpatory evidence.
Also, the pings, just like the sheaths, have been garbage for me because what do the pings actually prove other than that his phone possibly was in that area at that day, at that time, roughly, possibly.
Going all the way back to June, it shows him in that area, which tells me as a human being, he must have lived around there.
He knew somebody that lived over there that he was visited. He was.
I joyride my C8 Corvette myself at night often. Okay. Absolutely. And I guarantee you, I ping in places that things have happened. And if you want to accuse me, go right ahead, bro, because I'm out there doing burnouts and running 0 to 60 times all night long. And I'm out there alone, right? Because I don't do that with people in the car. It's my life. I'm not going to risk yours. You're right. They mean absolutely nothing on their face unless you could place Brian in the home at those hours, right?
Correct.
Then they probably have a little credence.
They have not done. And I really want to see. Here's the thing. Let me say this out loud. I truly, at this point, would like to see some kind of proof that he was in that house, around this crime, considering the amount of time he's been in jail and everything that his life has gone through at this point. I would like to see some kind of proof now, okay? Because then that would justify that, everything that has happened at this point. And the fact that they have the suspect in custody, because if they don't have that proof, as far as I'm concerned, they don't have the suspect that committed these crimes in custody, and that's a problem for me. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, and those look and like we say it ad nauseum. The guy could easily be the killer. He easily could not be the killer. We're not questioning that. And that's the part that scares me. Is that's not even a question that should be entertained this early on.
Right.
As to whether the guys that the grub truck were involved or all of that stuff is theory, and it muddled. And that's really what the media has been attacking everybody when they went after the turkey dude. That's what they're trying to suggest. But we're not selling that as a evidence that these people did anything.
Right.
We're just saying there's a lot of observable information that has gotten no credence and no question, and we're just pointing that out. But there are certain things we point out that are 100% fact. Your timelines, your PCA report, your motion before and after to keep the DNA out of it, before the warrant's approved, and then after when Brian says I want to see it, you say no, we're not going to use it in any trial.
Yeah,
because they know transfer DNA
yeah.
is not going to be usable in a court of law. That's like hearsay evidence. That's the problem with transfer DNA.
Yeah, and that's like, I don't know if it was you, Sarge, that said it or who it was now, but so Brian was smart enough to turn his phone off and everything so that, they couldn't trace him, but yet he left the sheath behind. I mean,
yeah, and the guy's smart enough to turn his phone off at the time he kills people, but not smart enough to turn it off when he goes supposedly and goes back over the house.
Right.
Big deal. Most of the theories the cops put together are reliant upon his education. They're blaming his education for these things. So the cell phone ping proves he was there. Turning it off proves that he turned it off to commit the crime. The putting the garbage across the street proves he had something traceable. And then when they checked it, there was nothing in the garbage bag traceable except his dad's shit. He got his father's garbage. Okay. So my point is none of it connects to King or Queen Road or people are just buying this up. I mean, I can't hear so much people say you don't know what you're talking about. You must have heard that online. And I'm thinking, no, I read it in the PCA.
Right.
I didn't wake up and turn it off his phone. The cop did. And the cop did it because he got educated. Go ahead.
Right. Here's your credit card receipt, folks. Just so you know, thank you, Jules, for that. She sent it to me. That way you guys can see it. There it is. She says it's 1000% fake. And again, it doesn't even matter. It's just going to be something else that people are going to take and they're going to run a marathon with it, trying to make it mean something that Brian did this. Just like the case that they tried to attach him to in PA that made it people want to believe that Brian did this. Just like people saying that the look in his eyes is pure death and evil, and that's why he did this. And because he was a heroin addict, that's why he did this. And all of those other things that says that that's why he did this, other than the fact that there's nothing that says that he was in that house and did this. That it's common sense. You know what I mean? So that's the one thing that we have to keep looking at and reminding ourselves of is all these things don't mean anything other than he stayed in a hotel if he did.
When his dad was there visiting before they left to go back to PA, do we know that he stayed at Brian's or did he stay at a hotel close by? So,
I mean, either way, any of it's possible. Okay. Yeah. You know what I mean? But who cares? Because it doesn't mean that Brian Koberger did this.
Exactly.
I mean, Jesus, every little thing that this guy does has been dissected. And I'm not sticking up for him. I know it sounds like that, but I'm not. What I'm sticking up for is the truth. Okay. And something that shows us that he did this. And that's all I'm saying. And we have yet to see that. So that's my problem.
One of the struggles that I have is saying let's say that he's innocent, because if he's guilty, then we know how that connects him to this case. But
correct.
Let's just explore. So if he's innocent, how did they get his name? Did they draw it randomly out of a hat?
I mean, at this point, Eddie, I can't argue with that, honestly.
I think he's connected in some way, and
of course.
And I'm not saying in a nefarious way. It could be on the right side of this.
Yeah.
But I don't know how that looks. Otherwise, they just took his name random.
That's what it seems like, though.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's my thought.
Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. At this point, you guys, and I have to be honest with you, and I hate to downplay this, and I'm not trying to when I say this, okay? This case has not become about a quadruple homicide where 4 amazing kids lost their lives and 4 families have been destroyed. This case has become about truth or untruth, about legally arresting someone, about showing evidence to prove that somebody committed a crime. Is what this case has become. It's not anymore about what it should be. You know what I mean? And that's what the struggle has become with this. And it's utterly and absolute disgusting to me. So
Echo, we may never know.
And that's the sad part. That's the sad part. It just bothers me. It really bothers me. Let's see. Anna says, have you checked Get a Clue video about the car road? I have not had the chance to yet, Anna. Like I said, we had bad storms not too long after I shut down last night, and I have just now been able to pull this all back up. So I will check into it. I promise you.
Sergeant Friday, are you still there?
Sarge?
My question, well, anybody. So let's say that, really and truly he did not do this and he gets found not guilty or the case is thrown out or whatever. So what is everyone's thoughts on this? Then that's the end of it. It's not like they're going to go searching for the person who really did this, right? I mean, they're bringing this guy forward. This is the guy who did it. So is that the end of it? I mean, you don't restart your search and say, well, I guess we change our mind. I guess it's not Brian Koberger. It's this other guy over here. I mean, how can you do that once this ball has been put in motion? So if he really and truly did not do this in real life, that's the end of it. There's no justice. Am I wrong in thinking that?
No, I agree with you. I do agree with you. Because here's another side of that too, Eddie, is when if he does become that person that is completely innocent from this, okay? It's completely innocent from this.
Yeah.
He's still going to be guilty in the minds of millions of people because he was the first face, the first name that was attached to this, okay? They may find somebody else that was guilty of the crime. They may prosecute that person. They may put that person away. They may do whatever they're going to do. There's so many people that are still going to believe that Brian Koberger did this regardless because of the amount of coverage, the amount of criminalizing that was done to him. It's just the way it's going to be. And we all know that as a society, sadly. And that's my opinion, okay? I may be wrong. It may go the complete opposite direction, but I just feel very strongly that that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I was listening to the lawyer, and he's a smart guy. Him and his dad do a show,
right?
And they're pretty smart lawyers. But I just want to caution people: the degree of law, if you have a law degree, okay, doesn't make you know everything. And as a matter of fact, only lawyers that have, what do you call those people that do all the research? Paralegals. Only lawyers with paralegals are effective lawyers. I'll tell you that right now. If you ever hire a lawyer and there's no paralegal, then you better go find yourself one that has a paralegal, because that's where the work is done. That's where case law is dug up, and similar to whatever crime you may be being accused of. That's where processes are found and where motions can be filed, all done through the paralegal. That's the real brains behind a lawyer.
Right. That is a fact. They do all the work. You know what I mean? They do all the work. That's for sure.
If this case goes to trial, what is everyone's thoughts? I mean, they're going to have to kind of present a motive. So what is everyone's thoughts on the motive? Are they really going to bring this incel motive?
I think they already have. And I mean, well, I guess I don't really know the answer to that, in my opinion. I mean, there's multiple motives out there. But it seems to be the strongest is the the incel is the strongest one, in my opinion. I'd like to see that, though. That's a good question, Eddie, because what else is there for them to put out there? You know what I mean?
I've never even heard that term. I'm sure it's a thing, but it's not like it is an epidemic type of thing. I've never even heard that term before this case. I've never even heard the town of Moscow, except for, you know, in the continent of Asia.
You're right.
You know, it's an interesting time in this nation because the power of knowledge exists at the fingertips of every living, breathing person, especially in our country. Okay, maybe not somewhere in Africa or but typically anybody that participates in modern society has access to information beyond their wildest dreams.
Right.
And it's so funny that instead of anybody looking for this, right, they allow others to interpret what it is that they're being told. So it's not so much you're telling me that he turned his phone off. You're telling me that proves he was in the home and committed the murder. So it's not simply the info you give me. You frame and how I'm supposed to think about it.
Right.
And that's the worst thing that I've ever seen. And it's been going on now since internet became real big, say around 2008 forward.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's why the mainstream media brought the turkey guy in. I don't mean that in any derogatory means. I just don't know his show's name.
Turkey, no. Yeah, right.
So,
You're right.
They try to degenerate this man and his group and people like us as being the people of misinformation. Well, absolutely. I have a news flash for people. Okay, the disinformation isn't you and I. It's the people that feed you the information that are not only just, they may be giving you a fact. His phone turned off is a fact. Let's go with that.
Right.
As to whether it relates to this murder or not is just a guess. That's it. And we run around accepting that, not us, but many people, as that interpretation fits. And look, it makes sense if in fact you place them in the home.
Correct.
And until you do such a thing, and this is the mass media's goal. They'll tell you about global warming and all the ice melting, but they won't tell you that what's melting is seasonal ice. Seasonal sea ice is what's melting. Right. 1 year it's 4 billion square miles. The next year it's 2 billion square miles. But understand that before the 4 billion melted, it grew. It's sea ice.
Yeah.
They don't tell you the truth when they tell you about genders. They're not telling you these are sexual preferences, not biological definitions of a gender. Absolutely. Anything after the first two becomes really your sexual preference. And I don't want to know what that is. None of my business, unless I'm dating you. Right,
Sophie, you're right. He's
the same thing is that
normal
people
guy.
Don't realize the power of this internet and how you can actually get information. You can get real knowledge if you just look, rather than accepting what you're. Don't take what I say as truth. When I say that the cell phone ping doesn't prove he was there, think about it yourself. Right? Sarge don't know everything.
Oh well. Almost not everything.
Well, you know, that's what they said yesterday. The dumbest man in the world. I'm definitely not that, but I'm on, he's on life support and my name is next.
Yep. Wop, wop, wop.
Them Dago tires.
That's it. That's it.
You like that one, don't you?
I do. I told you I had to tell other people. It was funny. It was good. So, and that's what this all boils down to, though, folks, is by the way, real quick before I forget this, Anna, I cannot find the email. If you would like to send that to me so that we can watch that video again, maybe I unless I'm looking in the wrong place, it's not showing up in here. So yeah, that's the one thing that I do want to happen to see, and maybe we'll see it when the trial starts. Let me say that maybe we'll actually finally see the proof that puts him in that house. It puts the weapons in his hands, that he was responsible for this. And if that happens, then thank God, God bless, whatever you want to say to it. I just don't think it's going to happen because some form of it should have happened already.
Let's say it does happen that way, okay? And it's legitimate, right?
Right.
That doesn't discount the observations we've made.
Right.
At all. Right? Those observations become now facts in the case. And the only reason we're questioning them now is because none of those facts put him in the home. And
very true.
And so to arrest, here's the problem: to arrest somebody on the theory that a policeman gives you, to fill out a PCA, probable cause arrest against an American citizen based on a cop saying it's my experience that most criminals turn their phones off before they commit the crime. Okay, great. No one's asking you about your experience, brother. We're asking you, in this case, does that apply?
Correct.
And you can't answer that question.
Right.
And so his arrest itself, to me, is faulty on its face. And I really think they should have indicted him with that information. That's information, just so you know, that's brought to a grand jury. That kind of a story. And that's why you get 98% indictments from a grand jury.
Right. That's a fact. Smoking Mirror says hello, Dago, and everyone in chat. When else have we seen a car stock photo over a surveillance photo to identify a car? It's so odd. We've seen no pictures of the actual car to me. It's a fact, and we have seen that happen in the Kylie Rodney case. Mainly because there was no vehicle. She was missing with the vehicle, so that's why. But it is very odd that we have not seen it. Different circumstances, but I do agree it's odd. Very odd. Anna, I did get your email. Everybody wants to take a look at this video real quick. I'm going to do that. Pull that up here real quick. It says, U.S. Marshals, what do you think? So let's check this out real quick. Thank you again, Anna, for the video. Here you go, folks. Maybe. Hold on, guys. It's not letting me do it. 1 second here. I see why. Hold on. Let's try it this way now.
Pixie, yeah.
All right, let's try this again. Hold on.
Can I add a comment before you start the video?
You do whatever you like, my friend.
All right, so there's and I respect their thought, but they're saying that his sister called the blah blah blah, and there's no documentation to show his sister had anything to do with anything at all. It's an internet conspiracy theory, right? The
That's
idea
right.
that his sister called and snitched on him or did this or gave her DNA, blah 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 blah. It's like there's nothing that you could show on documentation to make that real. It's
That's
simply
correct.
a conversation or a theory somebody said online, and it doesn't apply to whether he's guilty or innocent because we can't verify its validity.
That is
Therefore,
correct.
it's useless. It's useless
Yes.
to say Brian is guilty because you believe his sister did that. You shouldn't believe that. But you believe that once it's factually verified. Now you can accept it as truth, but to hear it and accept that as truth and then use it to suggest he's guilty, that's just not using knowledge and information in a way that's consistent with the right way.
Right.
Well, that whole source, that NBC Dateline program, that whole episode was pretty much a misinformation campaign. So it's kind of like the boy who cries wolf. So if you're going to select one thing, the whole thing is lies, but you're going to select one thing out of there, his sister said, and then run with that as truth. I mean, you got to observe the source. It's not credible source.
Well, they like I said, I've spoken to Daniel.
Wait, I misspoke on Sugar Mama. She said exactly what I said, so I'm very, 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 very sorry. Sorry for
I gotta
interrupting.
hop off.
That's okay. Okay, Eddie. Thank you again, my friend.
I'll be back.
No worries. So basically, I've spoken to Daniel from Drunk Turkey, and I expressed how I felt about the whole Nightline thing, this and that, and basically, in a sense, he kind of fell on a sword for some of us out here because it could have been any of us that were approached with that, and they used him, like Eddie just said, for a misinformation campaign, a Brian Koberger's guilty campaign is what that was, in my opinion. They were told something completely different from what actually happened was going to happen, and now they know, and so do the rest of us, to never trust that, and like I said before, these shows show us what they want to show us, not what we think we're going to see, but what they want us to see. And that's exactly what happened in that campaign, and or in that I'm sorry, that show. And as I told him, I'm you know, I think it's really shitty that they did that to you guys. They got your hopes up thinking you're going to get this coverage, this and that, and completely flipped it on you. And it's bullshit. It's wrong. It's not the way it should be, as I had said before. So they completely got played, absolutely, and they know now. You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. It is what it is, and that's how he exactly put it. You know, and he's learned, like I said, and he said he kind of fell on a sword because now we all know not to trust that scenario, and none of us will. And so for thank you for that, you know, drunk turkey. But at the same time, it's just there. It shows the narrative that is being forced down everyone's throat and pushed down everyone's throat, and it's just it's not the way it should be. Falling on yes, falling on a sword is my words. My apologies. I'm just saying. Um, it is what my terminology, I should say. I guess Daniel's in here. There he is, right there. Welcome, good to see you. Falling on a sword is your words, of course. Laugh out loud. I just said it wasn't what they had said it was, and that's what I mean. You know, the way I term things is way different than other people, some senses, but. And I'm sure they reached out to many, and we took the bait, and it is what it is, right? And like I said, it's just ridiculous that they have to go to the extremes that they're doing to make this person look guilty. And it almost makes
You
you
know,
wonder, are they
you,
on payroll for somebody to do
you know what happened, I think, to Mr. Drunk Turkey there? I
again?
think, in all fairness, that he approached that situation as he does the information he shares with us in a fair-minded, open-minded attitude,
Mhm.
not realizing the people that he was going to engage with have an agenda to hurt him. See,
Yeah,
he doesn't see those. He didn't see those people as that
of
because he
course.
doesn't look at the world that way. Neither do you or I. I
Well,
mean,
because we
we
don't
are
want
open minded. We take info and we digest it and we try to understand it and we do it in a fair way. We don't have no motive or agenda.
right,
But you can't treat anybody connected to government with that open, fair thought. You always have to consider those people as your enemy and
right.
be polite with them, but always keep in your mind, especially now that he's experienced it. I'm sure that's going to be exactly what he does from there on out
It won't happen
if
again.
somebody contacts him again, right?
It won't happen again.
Yeah, and it's because of his nature that they were able to do that to him, not because he's a good guy.
Because
And
he
they,
wants to think just like we all do that, you know, these
yes,
people want to help like we do, and it just isn't that way. Like I said, it's all about their ratings. They don't care about these people. They don't care about these people. They can say they are till they're blue in the face. We know that they don't. They care about their ratings. They care about, you know, who's watching their show, how much money the show is going to make. This and it. That's all they care about.
more
Not
importantly, they care about their narrative being the only one accepted by the
exactly.
population. That's their most important goal. You think what we tell you.
Absolutely. And as I said, they show you what they want you to see, not what we think we're supposed to see. So, and again, my apologies for not phrasing that correctly. That was my terminology, you know, falling on a sword, so on and so forth, because in a sense, that's what happened. Okay. And it
And
should never have been that way. It should never have been that way. And it's just
I've brought
ridiculous.
him up. I brought him up a few times, not to poke at him or to say anything inappropriate against him or what happened at all.
Right.
Nothing I've said is to, whatever, to be negative towards the Drunk Turkey show.
Right. And
You
as
know,
he just said, Netflix, BBC, others have contacted them as well. And before and after all of those discussions were terminated, they learned several lessons out of the experience. And we all need to look at that and say, okay, you know, they went through one of these channels now, and who's to say that they're not going to try each one of us to get somebody to fall into their little pit to do their thing. It's not going to happen now because we've all learned. And I thank them for you know doing that in a sense, I guess you could say.
well,
So
now we know how important the YouTube is. Now we know how important it is that they're willing to go and do that to somebody.
yes, exactly. That is a fact. That is a fact. So thank you again, Daniel. Let's check this video out here from Anna, and it says US Marshals, what do you think? Hopefully it works this time. Maybe. Jesus, why is it still not working? I did everything I was supposed to do to it. It's just not happening, and I can't figure that out. Let's see here.
Is that a video that shows people walking by or something?
I think it's the guys that were coming out of, if you guys remember, the guys in the cowboy hats came out of the house there at one point with a couple things in their hands. I believe that's what this video is. Let me try another one and see what happens. It's not cooperating with me for whatever reason. Let me try this again. Maybe it didn't download the right way.
You know, I've said this, and people really need to think about this. A lie will circle the globe before the truth has a chance to tie its shoes, and that's reality.
Good point. Thank you. Very good point. Yeah, it's not playing for me on it. I don't know why. It should have played just fine. It's a TikTok video. I've done this before. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Hold on.
All right, guys, we've got more activity at the home where...
All right, I figured it out. Sorry, folks. Here we go. Gotta play with things a little bit sometimes, I guess. That was quick. Hold on a minute.
4 University of Idaho students were murdered back in November. Tonight, 5 plainclothes investigators, possibly U.S. Marshals, arrived at the scene. Are they about to go make an arrest? Let me know what you think in the comments. Guys, we've got more activity at the home where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered back in November. Tonight, 5 plainclothes investigators, possibly U.S. Marshals, arrived at the scene. Are they about to go make an arrest? Let me know what you think in the comments.
Okay. I don't know. I know the guys, I remember when that went down, they would not look at the camera. They wouldn't talk to anybody. They just did their thing and then they moved along. So sorry for the echo. Well, my apologies. So, I don't know. They could be marshals. They could be DEA. They could be ATF. They could be FBI. I don't know. I don't think they were FBI. But they were
anybody.
Investigation enforcement agency. So,
That could be anybody at all.
It could be, and it was from months ago.
It's safe to say that they may be involved with what's happened there, and the way that they moved, and the fact that they're in front of the house. So they may have been canvassing the neighborhood, or they may have something with investigating that crime. I mean, that's possible. We don't know because no one's going to tell us.
Right. Jules says U.S. Marshals, not Texas. I think she meant Rangers. There's the problem. Yeah, that's probably true, Jules. Probably true. Yeah, I don't know, Anna. I have no clue. They could be plainclothes, ISP. They could be anybody at that point. I don't know exactly who they have working on. I mean, we know who they told us is working on this case. You're absolutely welcome, Anna, and thank you for that as well. But there could be another agency working with this. I don't know. You know what I mean? So,
I got a question for Jules. I know she's in the chat room. And in her document research, were any of the cops that were tied to the Brady Gigolo issue that was mentioned, are any of those cops signatories to any of these accusations against Brian Koberger?
In what way do you mean, though? Like,
well, they got Brady Gigolo issues there, and I thought that there was a point in time where we found out who the officer or officers were. And I could be wrong. That might just be an internet theory, but would it be safe to assume that they were also the ones that signed documents in the PCA?
Oh yeah, it's very safe to assume that. I personally think it's one or two specifically. That's me though. I think that it had something to do with well, Mandy Joe says that the first officer on scene was Officer Gunderson. He was supposed to be on desk duty. There's that. We also had Officer Nunez. I think he very possibly could be one of them. And then Officer Smith, I don't think he had anything to do with anything in that sense. The Brady Giglio thing was okay. It says Willow's saying that it's Officer Gunderson and ISP. So thank you, Willow. And again, it's very possible. Jules says the first responders to the scene have the issues, so it was the first officers there. We haven't seen anything from the first responders, but they will have reports from what happened when they got there, more than one. Correct.
Okay.
So,
Her statement then makes me jump, and there's no way to prove this, but it makes me jump that to. Now I lost my train of thought, so I'm just going to keep jumping.
it's okay. I feel personally that Gunderson and Nunez are the two that it involves. That's me personally. I've been told that there was another officer involved as well, but we can't verify any of that.
It makes me jump to the document she showed us where that Dawn Daniels was requesting the court that if they could get the warrant approved without the DNA, to please do so, because it may be found inadmissible in a court down the road. Right. That's why I wanted to know if those guys were involved with any signatures on any of the documents so far, the first responders.
Right. No,
but there appears not to be, right? And whatever they have has not been released to us anyway.
Right. And it like I said, it's probably it's definitely gonna have to come out in the court hearing, okay? But is it though? That's my opinion. Like, I feel like it should have to come out, but at the same time, with the way everything else is going, is it gonna come out? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they're gonna have a chance. I think he's gonna destroy them in the appellate court.
We can only hope. And I what do you think? What do you think about the? Well, we talked about this yesterday. What do you think the odds are? What's going to happen with the contesting of the indictment? How do you think that's going to go down, in your opinion?
I honestly think that the PCA is going to become the focus of their argument. Exculpatory evidence will be part of it that they found, showing that the DA went to a grand jury knowing that this guy couldn't have done it. So that may in fact be a big part of it. But I think it's more importantly applied where you just don't want to get rid of the indictment, because then they can re-indict you. What you really want to do in this situation is you want to stop the PCA as being an unconstitutional arrest, and every warrant issued thereafter, all investigative material discovered thereafter, is fruit from the poison tree. Mm-hmm. So if his lawyer's got any grain of, and I think she does, I think that's the only way for Brian Koberger to come out of this, because to just nix the indictment isn't enough, because the DA can go and just twist the tail about what that exculpatory evidence means to him. Right. And the jury will agree with it. Right.
I agree.
So to me, I think the best outcome here is to show that the PCA was unconstitutional. It violated the man's rights.
Absolutely.
And sorry, Charlie. Right.
Yeah, that's probably the absolute best course of action in that sense, in my opinion, too.
It's scary what they're doing here. It really is, and they do it everywhere, man. Look at Jeffrey Epstein. Can you imagine Jeffrey Epstein and that one woman goes to jail for obtaining prostitutes, and we're to believe that all of these high-ranking Hollywood and government officials that were on that island didn't engage with this prostitution?
Right.
I mean, they just ignore it. They don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
And then some guy like you, me, or Drunk Turkey, or anybody in the chat room brings up a couple of observations about the Brian Koberger case, and we're the enemy of the world. We're the disinformators. And
that's the scariest part of this whole thing. Is the scariest thing, the absolute scariest part of this is that it can be done to anybody at any time. That's what sucks.
No, it is being, let's be clear, it is and has been being done to people since obviously 2016 when the orange guy was elected, like him or not.
Yes.
What they said that guy did was a complete invented story. And they ran it 24/7 for 4 or 5 years. Yeah. And they keep saying it, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
I don't understand that as Americans, we haven't all just like drove to DC and took the keys out of our cars and just left them there.
Mm-hmm.
You pay for them. You get them off the highway.
That's
right?
There you go. Joel says to release the GD list. Everybody wants to know that one.
All right, look at Epstein. That case is horrible. Whoever was a prostitution thing with him need to be held to account.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of those girls were underage. That's as bad as what's happened here. Except these people that were underage get to live the rest of their life with that horror in their mind of what they did to her.
That's true.
Terrible.
Yeah, and the list itself, they're never going to do that because it will blow. It'll implode the world
As it should. As it should.
Exactly, it will. We all know that because there's people on there that we know are on that list that definitely should not be on that list, and it's going to implode from the inside out. I promise you. So it's never going to happen, in my opinion, at least. If it does, I'll eat the crow head first. I'm just telling you, but I don't believe it will ever happen.
Right. I mean, they're going through it right now in Congress. They're trying to hold the FBI to task because the FBI concealed data that proves Joe Biden and his kid were basically getting bribes from the owner of the National Bank and the owner of Burisma. There's absolute 100% factual evidence to show this is true, and the FBI hid it. Look at this poor guy, Brian. And they were able to get away with it. And I'm going to say this because I got to run. They're able to get away with it because so many people accept the way they're told to think. This is what happened, and this is what you should think about it. And people accept that. Brian Kohlberg turned off his phone. Brian Kohlberg is the killer. Brian Kohlberg went across the street. He's a killer. There was a white car on a camera. Ooh, he's the killer because he owns a white car. That is what is so agonizingly insane. That's why they get away with it.
They won't say Brian Kohlberger's phone died or he was sleeping. He turned his phone off because he was going to go do this. That's the way it is, period. So,
right. And they don't point out that the last ping that we received before he turned it off was near his apartment.
Yeah.
Right. It was in Pullman.
No, they won't tell you that because
you have to extrapolate that yourself as you read through this. And then a lot of your channels are all helping people do that. Just so you know, you're an educational channel, whether you know it or not.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is all for educational purposes. So thank you, sir. Once again. Are you taking off, you said, or no? Or yeah, he did. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I wouldn't just hang up like that on you. I keep muting myself, so if others talk, I don't get in the middle of it.
It's okay. Was there anybody else that wanted to jump up here? CJ, I had noticed there was something, in the chat earlier you had mentioned. Jules, of course, you're always welcome up here. Anybody else? Today's your guys' day. I've told you guys that. Please take the link, jump up here. Let us hear what you got to say. Get your voice out there, be heard, your opinion, your theories, anything you got to talk about with this. I'm here to hear it. We're here to answer questions if you have them, to ask you questions, maybe whatever you want to do. Take that link, jump up here, and let's do this.
Yeah, can I throw some crazy off-topic thing at you?
You absolutely, everything's fun.
Okay, check this out. All of this UFO stuff that they keep screaming about, and they keep showing you pictures about. What a lot of Americans don't know is that in 2016, the internal mass reduction drive was patented by a lead aeronautic scientist for the Navy. Okay. His name is Jose Perez. Okay. In 2017, the president at the time stood up an agency called Space Force. And Mr. Juan or Jose Perez was actually brought over there to lead the research and development. And in fact, when you read the patent and the description of what this drive is supposed to accomplish, this drive will do everything that you're seeing in the sky. Everything you're seeing, 0 to 1,000,000 miles an hour without any problem. Straight up, turn left, right-hand turns, figure, whatever you want. The internal mass reduction drive, one of the reasons people argue light goes the speed it goes is because there's no mass.
Right.
And that if you have any mass, you cannot exceed the speed of light. It would consume all the matter in the universe to exceed it. So imagine a drive where it's an internal mass reduction drive, where you're able to reduce the mass of a craft based on magnetism and resonance that Mr. Tesla was trying to teach us about.
Okay.
Resonance and magnetism, and you create a drive that reduces your mass to such a point that all of these maneuvers will not affect you because it's like light. Light bounces off a mirror. It doesn't hurt it, does it? Light makes all kinds of turns. Doesn't affect it at all, does it? So imagine a man, and this is real. This stuff you can look up on the computer. Internal mass reduction drive. And the reason I say stuff like that is this information isn't shared with the public.
Right.
Right? But it is available to us. We just have to look.
That's it.
All right. That's my crazy off-topic thing of the day. I'm going to fly the hell out of here.
No worries. I had just mentioned CJ because he had said that he didn't have to work today. So I thought maybe, you'd be interested in jumping up. But no worries. No problem. No pressure. You don't have to. Is there anybody else that would like to jump up here? Voice your opinion, thought, theory, anything. Of course, you guys are protected. Nobody's going to attack you no matter what it is you're talking about. I will not allow that. It's all good. The link, like Heather said, is pinned in the chat at the top. Come on down. You can be the next contestant on The Price is Wrong. And we have Miss Anna Flavia Constantino. Thank you for joining us again, Anna, and thank you for that video. I appreciate that.
Hi guys, how are you? Happy Friday.
Absolutely. To you too. Welcome back.
Thank you. So just a few things that I was thinking of. Obviously, I want to make a point here about what people have been saying online in regards to Brian being guilty.
Right.
There is no, as of today, because of the gag order, obviously, but with everything that we have here that we can see and all the documents that we have access, nothing proves, nothing places him inside the crime scene.
Right.
Nothing. Everything is questionable. Everything is questionable, and people need to understand that. And I'm always very surprised that Americans, they're not standing up for, innocent until proven guilty, because it is what it is. That's his right, to fight him, to fight whatever they have against him. If they have something, as Ann Taylor said, like they have exculpatory evidence. So, I mean, we do have here questionable things in the case anyways. So no one can affirm that he is 100% guilty. No one.
Right.
Only the prosecutors can prove that he is guilty beyond reasonable doubt, as we always say here in the channel, or things we believe. Another thing that I was going just to ask, I'm just not sure about the timeline when Jack was getting calls from Christy, and I'm just asking you this, and then if people in the chat and Sarge and Mama Bear can help as well, and you, Diego, about the timeline, just because I was listening to Lana's video this morning when I was getting ready to work, and someone jumped on her panel, and then they said, look, it seems that Christy was calling Jack at like 2 p.m. half 2, and but Payne didn't arrive at the scene, and he was the one conducting the interviews. Is that correct? Like until 4 p.m.
I believe so. Well, with Jack himself, from what I understand, he was there throughout the entire day until late that evening, and that's when he was released, to go ahead and leave.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If who was questioning him? And what time was this happening?
I don't know. I don't know, Daniel, if you're still in here by chance, do you happen to know the answer to that question? I don't know exactly who was questioning him. I didn't catch that. I don't know if it was Payne himself, if it was another officer, if it was anybody in general, multiple officers. I never caught that fact.
Yeah, I haven't either.
So, yeah, I guess it's just because I heard that on Lana's channel, and it's just like, okay, so this is just a new piece of information, or thank you, Daniel. But at the same time, it's just like, doesn't make any sense of the timeline.
Okay. Daniel says he does not. He doesn't know who was questioning him, just that. So, just that he was questioned. So, I don't know if that is something that they've put out for us to know, or if it'll come out in the court case, possibly.
I don't think they put that out for us to know. They just said
they probably wouldn't.
Period.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it would be nice to know that. It's kind of a curious piece of information, but Daniel again says that he was with the police at the time that Christy called. So, and then we did hear that he was there till late into the evening, and then he was released at that point. So it could have been anybody.
Yeah, true. Okay. I think the last point that I want to make is just, again, I don't know if because Sarge, he said that he didn't know about the black truck.
Mhm.
But the black truck was seen in the body cam when the Banfield situation was happening with
Right.
the underaging drinking there.
Yeah.
And Dylan, as I said before in the chat, she has a pic with the black truck that is very specific. So that's why I'm always like saying about the black truck, because it's very specific. I don't the tires are massive, you know. I
Yeah.
didn't see many of those like type of cars around the area when you're like looking through Google Maps or the pictures that were released anyways.
Yeah.
So it just makes you question if by the time that the car was caught on camera, you don't know if she was actually in the house, if someone was living in the house. You don't know if someone was just like running away from there in the car. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like it raises more eyebrows for the fact that she actually has probably some sort of like she's involved somehow.
Right. No, I absolutely understand. It is interesting to know as well. Would be interesting to know, in my opinion. Welcome back, Sarge. Good to have you back.
Well, my 3:30 canceled, which is fine.
Oh, welcome back. No, those are good questions, Anna, and definitely something to look at, in my opinion. But the truck, that's the problem. If we don't know for a fact who that truck belongs to, what the deal is with it and why. But then, and that's what happens is we see the truck in the Banfield video. It's there. And then next thing you know, there's a picture that starts circulating of Dylan standing in front of a black truck.
Yeah.
Right.
And then there's 3-4 other different kinds of black trucks that are floating around Moscow and Pullman. And it's like, okay, is this one there? Is this it? And we all automatically want to know because we want to know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Big
How
white truck.
Yeah. And how is that attached to this? How is that part of this? Is it a part of this? So and so forth, because we
Right,
just
most of that information and the things that we're making observations about will either never become clear because Brian knocks this thing off the table because
Right.
of their process, or during a trial, things like that may be put forward by the defense as saying, listen, there's multiple things and multiple cameras that can show any one of these people committed that crime.
Mhm.
Right? So we don't really know.
So I have a question just regarding the law, the American law system. When you are in a trial, or even like, are alibis 100% confirmed that you can get out, or that can implies that you're just like you can get in trouble for giving an alibi that can go to the stand, for example, and then the person gets nervous.
The police do not have to accept your alibi. For instance, if your alibi is connected to your mother, your father, your girlfriend, your sister, your brother, your coworker, your best friend, they may take that with a grain of salt and not accept that.
Yeah.
Okay. And the problem that arises is by the time those persons actually get in front of a court, that particular alibi and that particular date and that particular time and that particular thing you claim that I claim that I did with my mother, she may not exactly remember it the way it was.
Exactly. 100%.
And they ruin you with an alibi. And that's why you stay silent. He doesn't need an alibi because Mr. Kohlberger, his point is, I didn't do any of this and you people are unlawfully accusing me of it. That's really his position. And so I don't care if the guy's got an alibi.
So
even if he did, I wouldn't have given it to the cops.
So that would explain then why they're just like repeating that they have exculpatory evidence and they're not giving the alibi as they should. So basically they know that they have this evidence.
No, those are two different topics. Those are two different things.
Are they?
Yes.
They do not connect somehow.
Well, they may provide the same outcome of innocence. However, an alibi and an exculpatory evidence are mutually exclusive, and they're only not going to be is if the police have in their possession that alibi that you gave, right?
Right.
Then they would be both an alibi and exculpatory. So whatever if he does have an alibi, if it's not in the police's possession, it's completely separate than exculpatory evidence that is in their possession.
Right.
So those are not combined. You look at them as separate points that need to be reviewed. Okay.
I got you. Yeah. I just think it's obviously if they prove him guilty and if they show us all the evidence that they might have against him, it's just very stupid for someone to drive his own car, bring his cell phone, turn it off,
Yes.
be caught on cameras possibly when they're driving. We don't know.
Yes, and especially someone that has his education and in this background, it doesn't make sense.
100%. And like leave a witness alive, leave like whatever, like a knife sheath, like DNA in the button snap of the knife sheath. It's just so incredibly dumb before committing a crime. And then you made a survey, you created a survey for your degree or whatever, months prior, and then like what you should be doing, and then you did everything wrong,
Right.
So
basically everything that you could do wrong, you did wrong.
Right.
And
Exactly.
with a decade of education in this, it's about people make mistakes. Don't get me wrong. Okay. The problem is not like this, not that many, not in that sense. And just, it doesn't make any sense. And it literally, that's where all this conspiracy is coming from, folks. Is it makes
But they frame things in a way to force these conspiracy theories upon us. See, here's so people don't realize how propaganda works. And I'm going to tell you briefly how it works. I say to you that Brian Kohlberger's phone being turned off shows his connection to this crime.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start extrapolating from that. Well, okay, yeah, he was in the neighborhood. Look at his cell phone ping. So you start taking the information they feed you and you start to discuss it. And then you start to combine theories that either agree or disagree with it, right? Yeah. And in this way, we're still all captured by their narrative. Even though that I point out things that contradict it, I am still tied to their narrative. Therefore, I am one of their propagandists, not by choice. You see? Because that narrative has been fed to the public. You follow me? The propaganda creators create propaganda, and then the people that engage with it become the propagandists, unbeknownst to themselves. And that's why I keep saying to people, you can't accept what they say means what they say. And you can only take the written word and then examine that, isolate it, and say to yourself, will that airplane fly or not? Does that phone tell you the kid was there or not? Yeah. And we're not being trained to think that way in society anymore.
And they will repeat that every day until someone else repeats. And then another person is going to repeat it as well, and that's the chain that, it creates.
Well, as an example, this truck topic that's being brought up, they don't know that we're going to do that. Let me just explain. The people that create the propaganda only depend upon us actually doing things that they don't foresee, but still framing what they're doing under the original propaganda release. His phone was caught on cell phone pings in this area, blah, 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 blah. So no matter what we do that contradicts or confirms or agrees, we're carrying out their propaganda message, you see? Yeah. That's how insidious this is. This is what they did in Nazi Germany. And the people that fight back against it don't understand that what you're supposed to do is take action against it. Not violent, but action against it. Like I had recommended, we all put down facts and what we know they don't say, and send them to both sides of the defense and prosecution as citizens. Start doing something.
Right.
Is what we're supposed to do.
The situation that involves his sister that we don't know, it's not confirmed by anyone except the media is just like pushing this narrative, obviously. But like one thing, when I heard that at first, I was just like, that doesn't make sense. That his sister was just going, Dateline actually was the one pushing this narrative that she saw him cleaning his car. And then I'm just like, okay, he was cleaning his car, but why was he cleaning his car 6 weeks after the murders? His dad was traveling with him in the car. He didn't see any blood. He didn't see anything. And the body cam, when they were stopped in Indiana, you could see that the car was filthy.
Yeah, and that's why he was cleaning his car, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Right.
There you go. Yeah.
That's all it was.
But you see how that fake news created us to engage it?
Yeah. 100%, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? How that's what they'll use against, and they were trying to do that to the drunk turkey dude. They're using that as you're creating a conspiracy story There's no, and then they'll actually hammer you with the fact and say there's no proof that the daughter ever said that or sister.
That's right. That's
and
right.
they'll
And
beat you up with what your real point was.
the man and his father took a cross country trip in their car, a white car. Okay. When he got there, he wanted to wash his car and keep it clean because that's how you do. You take care of your cars. And that's all it was, in my opinion. And they turned it into this big, huge thing. So it is what it is, you know?
It doesn't make any sense. Like if he was so concerned that like his car was going to have any evidence, why let his dad get into the car knowing that he committed what
Why did they let him go to? Why did they even let him leave Moscow or Pullman? I'm sorry.
Exactly. Why? How do you explain that? You know,
you can't. That's the problem. By the way, thank you, Jules, for answering Ann's question. I was going to say that, but thank you very much. I appreciate that. But yeah, that's the thing. If they were so concerned about the vehicle, why did they let the vehicle? Let's go backwards a little bit, folks. Again, as I've been saying, why did they not bring him in for questioning at the end of November? Do a swab on him then and deal with it at that point. They didn't. They let him do all of these things and everything else that he did, leave the state and head all the way back to his parents' house, and then all of a sudden they go after him.
You want to hear something even worse, Dago? Here's what's even worse about what you just said with the car. How about the tire tracks in front of the house? Right? So let's just go further now. By the time they got to the car, how many thousands of miles do you think transpired from the skid marks, from the burnout marks to them actually impounding his car? Right. You're never going to be able to match those tires to those tire marks. Okay. You're just never going to. Thousands of miles wears your tires. You're going to hit stones and you're listen. So this is what I'm saying. When you look at what these people have and you try to apply it to the facts, the fact is you got a burnout, rubber marks on the road, and you didn't retain this guy's car for months. He drove not only all around Pullman and Moscow for those months, but then he drove out of state, back in the state, then all the way across the. How do you match these tires to those burnout marks? You see, at that point, that can't even be introduced as evidence.
No, just like Eddie said, we were talking about that yesterday. Like, there's no way that car did that anyway. That's not from that car.
Well, no, it's cold out and your tires are hard and the road is I believe you can do a burnout with any car in the cold weather like that. But that isn't even the point. The point is that if you're going to bring this stuff up and you're going to take pictures of it, why didn't you then retain the vehicle you believed it came from as soon as possible?
Right away. Yeah.
Right away. Right? Because now it's not like a fingerprint that never changes. Car tires happen to rotate on an asphalt surface full with rocks and debris. Correct. You're going to change. And those car tires, just so you know, are on every freaking Kia that anybody buys. It's a common tire. Okay.
It's like Formula One.
It's on the Ford Focus. It's on the Sonata. It's on all millions of cars have that car tire. Guarantee it. Right. So you see what I mean? When they give you a fact and then their behavior is so like, oh my God, dude. Are you kidding me? You didn't grab this guy's car the minute you realized that, or you thought it could be him. You didn't go impound or take imprints or pictures of this. You didn't do anything.
Makes no
sense. You let him
sense.
Drive 8,000 miles or however far he went, and then you got his car. Come on, man.
None at all. Mama Bear, are you still in here?
It's like eating food with your hands and then poking yourself in the head with a fork.
Pretty much, yes. That's I love that. Yeah. Mama Bear?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, okay. I need to jump out of here for 1 second. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. I just wanted to make sure you were here to be able to keep everything going, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, dear. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. Hi, guys.
Hi, Mama Bear.
Hello, Mama Bear.
How's your doggo?
CJ's down here. CJ, as soon as I come back, I'll bring you up, brother.
It's an incredible experience for someone with this, man.
Play her music at night, and she sleeps through the night now.
So. At least that's good, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good.
Like how many pets do you have? Sorry for asking.
Oh gosh, we now have the dog. We have 2 cats, 2 hamsters, a turtle, fish inside, and fish in a pond outside.
Do they love each other, or is just like a situation that you have to manage?
Everybody likes everybody except for the dog and cats right now.
Really? Okay, makes sense. My cat would kill a dog, to be honest.
Yeah.
You guys want to hear about animals? And this will not be, no, this is true. This is not doxing anybody, and anybody's invited to go look.
Yeah.
But there's a friend of mine in Florida that actually owned an Indian elephant, a zebra, camel, peacocks, and a multitude of other animals, including cats and dogs. Okay.
Oh my God.
And he travels around the country, okay, with these animals and brings them to different events. He just did something with an Indian religious ceremony, an Indian wedding. He brought the Indian elephant to the wedding.
Oh
Because
my
they,
God.
so and you can actually go and look for elephant prints, and you can actually get from them a footprint of the elephant, an inked footprint of the elephant framed. It's really
Oh my
cool.
God. Yeah. Is he single?
No, he's happily married for like 50
I'm
years.
joking. I went to South Africa in
I'm
2021.
single though.
And I did a volunteer program with lions and was a really good experience.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So it's
Okay.
my second nap time, so I gotta hop off here for a little
All
bit.
right, Mom Bear, thank you for jumping up here with us. Enjoy your nap. And
I will go as well.
Yeah, me
thank you, Anna, so much for jumping up here. I appreciate you as
Guys,
well.
love you. See you later.
Love you.
Bye-bye. All right, my friend CJ from the Evil CJ show.
What's
is
up,
on.
buddy?
How you doing, brother? Good to have you here.
Oh,
Thanks for joining.
I'm doing great. Is the echo coming through my side or?
You're coming through clean for me.
Okay. I just want to say it's an honor to actually hop up, man, and be on the panel. I'm always listening to you while I'm at work and stuff, and hanging out. And I just want to say I totally appreciate the vibe and the atmosphere that you promote for your show and your community, man. Like, there's so much BS out there, with this YouTube stuff. And when you can find another channel that is totally about, just living that way, I totally appreciate you, man. And to your mods and everybody in chat in your community, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. And it's good to hear that. The subscribers I have, the family I call them, they all tell me that regularly, but it's good to hear from other creators, their opinions on how they feel about the channel, so on and so forth. So I wholeheartedly appreciate that, CJ. I absolutely do. And I'm very, very happy to have you here. And as I say to all creators, everybody is welcome on my platform at any time when we're talking about this stuff. So it's great to have you here, brother. I appreciate what you do as well.
Thank
and
you,
I think you do a great job out there.
Thank you.
So welcome, my friend. And
what's the name of his channel?
The Evil CJ channel, Sarge.
All right, I have to check him out.
And I want to say you've made some really awesome points today, Sergeant. And I love like the metaphors that you use, man. It's I totally dig it.
Asperger driven.
There you go. There you go. Can't go wrong with that.
It's awesome.
It's for real too.
Thank you, Brady. So yeah, welcome, my friend. It's great to have you here finally.
Thank you, sir.
And I feel like I do. Hold on a minute. Is that okay? There we go. So yeah, let's I guess let's hear what you have to say, sir.
Well, like I've been listening to you guys, a lot of great points, and everything makes sense. And my biggest problem is, with the whole, when you look at the timeline, according to the PCA with the surveillance and the witness, the spottings, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
It just, when you look at the path from how he got there or whoever, and then the path after, but then you look at what took place inside, I don't understand how it's chaos before you get there, it's strategic and swift, and then it's chaos afterwards. I just don't understand that. I don't get how you crumble before and after, but you don't crumble during it. I don't understand that.
In what sense? Like as far as
okay, so like when he's leaving, right? He's leaving and he's going a path. When you look at the two routes, you look at you bring up the quickest route, right? And that takes you by the airport as you're going north. Right. He's only driving through a small amount of Pullman where you're going to get caught on surveillance, right? This is the quickest route. So
Okay.
he would actually turn right out of his parking lot instead of turning left how he went. So if he turns right, he's only going through a short period of Pullman inside the city. Then he's going around by an airport. Then as he's coming down, he just about gets to Moscow, and he can literally just hang a right quickly after he gets into a very small portion of Moscow,
Right.
and then hit a back way to there. And so what I'm saying is we all know how strategic the inside went, how efficient, how quick,
Yes.
in and out. Okay. So I'm looking at it like a sports analogy. Okay. So when the pressure's on, when is the pressure on? The pressure's on when you're actually in the moment.
Yes.
That's when you crumble, if you're going to crumble. And
Right.
what I don't understand is why are you going to leave your place, forget to shut off your phone, shut your phone off in the opposite direction of where you should be going? Then you're going to take a longer route all through the middle of Pullman to then go to Moscow. And then after you get to Moscow, then you're driving all over these other places, getting caught on surveillance inside city. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Making multiple mistakes.
You want
Right.
even more evil, CJ? Listen, add this to your mix. How is
What's
it
up?
that a camera could pick up a whimper, but not the screaming, hollowing noise of tires spinning as somebody speeds
Right.
away? Where's
Right.
that?
Or,
Right.
or a wrestling match going on.
This guy panicked before he got there, not when he was there, but then
Right.
panicked when he left.
It
And
makes
so
no
your
sense.
argument has got, you're pointing out a lot of good connective facts. So
Right.
where's the screeching tire video, the sound? You can hear people say things from through walls, but not car
Right.
tires that are pretty much got to be smoking with the kind of burnout that's there.
Well,
So that tells me the burnout has nothing to do with the crime scene.
this is why I don't believe. I mean, this is my opinion only, that I can't believe the statement based on the statement that we received that Dylan supposedly gave, that I heard this and I heard that and I heard this one. And again, in my home, it's fully carpeted. And you drop something, you hear something, you hear everything. This house is completely sound barrier free. There's it's got laminate floors, this, that, and everything else. You could almost hear a quarter drop throughout the whole house. So I can't believe that these things were not heard, that they were not seen. And here's the other side. My sorry, I just got to get this out. Like I said, my ADHD does not allow me to remember things after a certain period of time. So
we're good.
my experience working in fire and EMS and whatnot, and being on scenes that are not even remotely the size of this quadruple homicide, the smell alone will tell you what I don't understand what kept
I used
them
to
in that
detail
house.
vehicles, man. I detailed high-end client vehicles, and I also detailed funeral fleets.
Right.
And I'm telling you, there'd be some times where because some companies would have vans to transport, okay? And
Correct.
then some would have to use the actual hearses to transport. And sometimes when I would go into those hearses to do the detail work, there would be fluid left behind. And I'm telling you, I was telling my chat this the other night, there is no way anybody is not going to wake up from that smell. There ain't no way.
And that's the thing.
There ain't no way.
That's the point. I have taken one person that has been deceased in the back of an ambulance to the morgue or to the hospital, let alone 4. And then I'm talking deceased within an hour to 2 hours. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not 8 or 10 hours. Okay. And the smell alone is kind of, especially for younger girls, they're going to be out of the house. They're going to come to the house. It does not make any sense to me at all.
The more
you
I
can't even
think
describe it.
Not only the smoke, but listen, I don't really believe that those girls didn't act for that amount of time. I don't think they did that willingly. I think they did that because somebody was cleaning that crime scene. That's what I think happened. I could be completely wrong, but that would explain why they didn't call the police when they knew there were people outside. They were afraid they were going to be killed themselves,
or something needed.
And I believe that eventually they called their friends to come see. You understand? Not come see the killing, but to just come to the house right? That's why they didn't call. That's what I think is a possible explanation that those two young women didn't respond the way people keep demanding they should have.
Right.
So it has to be something significant. Could it be drugs and they were just passed out? Well, I don't know. They called other people at 10 o'clock or 10:30. So okay, whatever. But somebody being there to clean a crime scene would keep me terrified. Would you going to come out of your bedroom? No.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and I've heard that before, man, and it definitely makes sense. Yeah, Tommy Jude, he was actually one in the chat that was actually mentioning something like that. So I totally understand where you're coming from.
Right. And now I don't know that it's true. There's no way for me to say it is. However, I think that's a fair kind of theory for why the girls didn't respond and did respond the way they did. It places them as the victims that they really are.
Yes.
Right in the end.
Real quick, welcome, Green Eyes. It's great to have you here. Thank you for jumping up here with us today. I appreciate you. How are you today?
Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Am I too loud?
Not to me.
Okay. Well, I guess I see things a little different.
Okay.
I am one that kind of looks at it like there was 60 something FBI agents already there. You had the sheriff's department. You had Moscow Police Department, which is very small. Now, if it was just Moscow Police Department, I would have questions. I guess all these law enforcement and then a lot of the evidence went to the FBI, all the video, and we're only guessing what we can see in the PCA or what they have. Right. We don't know all of what they have.
Right.
And then I have a question. And this is just going by if this would happen to me. Say I'm at my parents' house and I had been to the house one day, like say at a party. Nobody knew I was in there. Everybody was drunk, right? And then my DNA ends up at this house, right? They pull me out, arrest me for murder. The first thing I'm going to do is, okay, hook me up to a lie detector, take my DNA. Here's my phones.
Yeah.
And everything.
They never did that with Brian, though, Green.
Right.
They never investigated.
Well, that's
Brian.
what I'm saying. And if you go back and look or go back and listen, when he was arrested in Pennsylvania, he started to talk and he stopped. And he said, I want a lawyer, which is everybody's right.
Right.
And I will totally agree with that.
Right.
Like, I'm not saying nothing.
All the other agencies that were there, I want to address that quickly. Because Jules gave us information that the cops themselves didn't want the judge to use the DNA unless he absolutely had to, because their fear is that it will become inadmissible in court. Okay.
Yep.
So let's take that and set that aside. So the DNA itself is no longer part of the warrant. Let's just throw that in the garbage and look at the warrant. What's left in the warrant? Nothing in that warrant, including the transfer DNA. It's not touch, it's transfer DNA. None of that places Brian Koberger at the time between 4 o'clock and 4:30. None of it. So when they went to the court to get the PCA, their PCA is deficient in probable cause, because a white car on a video that you can't say Brian is driving, that you can't call the license plate out from, a white car all over the place. Listen, cell phone pings that place him in the area, except the last cell phone ping places him at his apartment before the killings. That isn't evidence Brian Koberger did anything. 100. And so who in their right mind would go to a judge with that story and ask for a warrant? You got to be an idiot.
Well, I think, and this is just my opinion, okay? This is what I think.
But
I think that they have somebody. I think they have somebody, a witness. And because there's no way they can hold him. If he's been in jail this long and his attorney has not set up and said, look, I have evidence that my client didn't do this, and he's still in jail. Why didn't she bring that up?
There's a gag order on the case. There's a gag order on the case, and she can't.
Well, she can do it. I mean, but she could have done that at first. If he said, look, here's my evidence that it wasn't me.
Well, here's the thing, though. Listen, real quick.
Before the gag order.
That's what the preliminary hearing was for, Ann.
You cannot, once somebody's arrested, they cannot be unarrested. That's why they ran to the grand jury and did the secret indictment, because they knew they had to get that locked down, okay? There, in turn, there's nothing else that you can do now until the trial.
See, the
Right.
preliminary hearing was
Right.
designed to question the government's behavior. If
Right.
there was a secret witness, Anna, I'm telling you that there would have been reference to it in the PCA, because the PCA was already in the police's own mind in jeopardy if they took the DNA out.
Right.
And the judge obviously didn't, because when you look at the other two accusations, they do not meet the standard of probable cause from any jurisdiction in the world,
Right.
not even Cuba. Okay. That is impossible that a cell phone ping and a picture of a white car is all you need to accuse
Right.
you of being a mass
See,
murderer.
I agree with that. That's
Okay,
why I
therefore,
think
your
there is
theory that
more.
everything- Listen, your theory can't be real, because that more would have been alluded to or spoken about in the PCA. You can't get a PCA unless the evidence shows a substantial likelihood that the accused committed the alleged crime. That's the exact wording. Listen, that's the exact wording from Idaho.
Okay, I look, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not.
I know,
but
I'm just
I know
saying
you're
your
getting.
theory falls flat
I
because
get it, and I get
You know?
it. But I look at it like, look, I see what you're saying, that if he is innocent, that if you're going by the PCA, they don't have enough. But they also put out that they did have a lot of video evidence. They do have a lot of stuff.
I'm sure they do, though. I mean, they went from 19,000 vehicles. I'm sure they collected every freaking video that a white silver vehicle was in. So that, I mean, you look at the picture that they gave us, that don't even look like the car.
That doesn't even look like a car.
And you're giving
Well, you
us a
can't really
picture
see
that
that
was
car.
leaving. How about give us a picture of the actual freaking car? Because that's not the car. Give us a picture of the actual car if you want us to actually call in the car.
Yeah.
Right. Not even that. Just not even to make him guilty, but to arrest the guy, you have to connect him to that home. I'm telling you, you can't arrest people because a cop has a theory.
Let me ask
Okay,
you guys.
I got another thing for you, Dago.
Okay.
I got a question for you. Okay, you got to think like a killer. Okay.
I'll try.
Okay, we're true crime here. We ought to get into some killer's
Jurors and
mind.
killers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, if you're going to drive your car and you're planning on going to a house and kill people, okay, not just to say it was 4 or 5 or whatever, you're just going to go kill people.
Okay.
All right, and you got to get back in your car with a knife. Now it's going to be a bloody scene.
Right.
You got to get back in your car. What would you do with your car, or what would you bring with you to not get blood on your car?
There's
I mean,
nothing.
Or in your car?
I probably
there's
would've
going to be
worn
blood in
that.
there no matter what.
Or something like that. And
You have to wrap
Could you
yourself
not
up.
put plastic over your seats and in your floorboard?
No, it's going to go somewhere. Trust me.
I would have still got somewhere, in my opinion.
Yeah, minute. You wouldn't
Your
even
brake
know.
pedal, your gas pedal, your
Right.
turn signal, your steering wheel, your
Everything.
radio
Bleach is not
dials,
gonna
everything
clean
would have
it.
to be covered in removable plastic.
Yeah.
Everything they took
Bleach
from
is
that
not
car are the places that it's going to show up at. The gas, the brake pedal, the this, that, everything. It's going to show
Inside the vents, even. I mean, you're talking. You can clean the surface with bleach, but these little minute particles are going in cracks, in vents, and if they literally if they're going to take the car apart, they're going to rip it apart because they're going to swab
Right.
everything.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you,
Yeah.
if they don't find any DNA in that car after swabbing the whole thing, no,
It's
you're
done.
done. It's
Not
done.
only-
It's
CJ hits
over.
the nail on the head when he says that, because where is the transfer DNA from his victims? If it's
Right.
not in the car.
Yeah.
They're going to use it to arrest him.
That's why they have 51 terabytes, because they needed all of that 51 terabytes. Yeah, but it's of every freaking car around that area. And you could literally take screenshots of any of those videos and say, he was here, he was here, he was here, he was here. It just,
And there's no way to identify the car as his or him even
No.
driving the car.
No, they
maybe
never
a
put
missing hubcap, a dent, something.
anything. Anything
Right.
at all.
You're supposed to have, when you charge anybody with a crime, you're supposed to have in every jurisdiction substantial evidence, even if it's only hearsay. So if 3 people say that CJ Evil robbed the 7-Eleven, that's enough to charge him with larceny or grand larceny. Now, those people could be lying, but I would still be constitutionally correct to arrest the man because the propensity of my evidence points to him. And what is that evidence? It's 3 people telling me a story.
Mhm.
So, but you see, now I'm within the bounds of the constitutional right of an American. If I give you a theory, they can now investigate CJ. So I think his car, because his phone pinged, was there, and I got pictures of his car over here around the time of the robbery.
Damn, bro.
Then they can actually start to investigate CJ and go check his car, check his alibi, check his friends, check his bank. They can then go, but they didn't do that with Brian. They went from hearing stuff to right to an arrest warrant.
Let me ask you, Green Eyes, real
CJ,
quick.
you're a criminal.
I can.
Okay.
Why do you think?
Oh, you're crazy.
We know from what we've heard that they kind of had their eyes on him towards November 19th through 29th, somewhere in there. They were looking at him in a sense. Why did they not say, excuse me, Mr. Brian Koberger, can you please come down to the station so we can have a talk with you, maybe get a DNA swab from you, have a conversation about where you were on the night of the 12th, morning of the 13th, which we all know based on what he already did when he was arrested in Pennsylvania, that he would have said, sure, absolutely.
Well, I have a problem with, is it Pullman police when or the campus police or somebody that they found his car, 2 cops, right?
Yeah.
And then I have a problem with them not going up to the door and knocking.
Okay.
And saying, look, we would you come down to this police station?
Exactly.
I have a problem with that. Okay.
Why?
And because they were questioning everybody from the frat and all the friends, and then they were looking for this car, right? And I even think what you were saying that I think there's a neighbor, if I'm not mistaken, I heard a video or maybe it was on another channel where his neighbor did say he had been cleaning that car there at his apartment. If you know that he's been cleaning the car and somebody's looking for a launcher, wouldn't you turn him in?
You can call him in. Yes.
I mean, it would look suspicious.
They did turn him in, I think. That guy is one of the guys that had mentioned
that. Well, I don't understand why he didn't.
Turn him in, but he did report that information to the police from what we know.
Here's the thing, like you just said, though, if he reported that, why didn't they bring him in for questioning at that point? They let the man go on for almost another month and drive clear across the country to get to his parents' house so they could kick the doors and windows in and arrest him there.
Well, this is where I kind of think what happened. There was like thousands of tips, right? Thousands. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like, I look at it almost like the Delphi case.
Okay.
He literally, the Delphi case, Richard Allen went in there. I mean, because he saw that the videotape was made. And so right after that, he's like, okay, I was there. That was me on the bridge, but I didn't have nothing to do with this. Right. And so it was filed and left there. And so I think under them thousands of calls that it just piled up. And eventually that is my opinion. Now, I don't know.
It came out as a clerical error.
Yeah, that's what I get.
Clerical error that
I can see that. That's fine.
But I mean, what gets me about Brian is that before he, I think he got fired, right? Did he not get fired?
No, he did not. He got a great review from the teacher he was working with.
Right. I thought the professor fired him.
Only two people. No, only 2 people can get. It's very hard to get in there, and he got heavily referred from the professor that he had when he was doing online classes.
That was debunked.
Well, where did I hear that he was harassing a girl in the parking lot, and the professor was like, no. Yeah, did you not hear about that?
A lot of these stories that you're quoting are things that have been debunked.
Yeah. Okay, well, I didn't know. That's the only thing.
You're not wrong, Green Eyes. No. Those stories did come out around, in the beginning, but they have all been debunked at some point. And it's come back to the fact that he's actually not a bad guy. Everybody else that they've talked to that's known him has said they can't believe this. He's not a bad person. He's all the things that they put out about him that have been bad have been debunked. So that says something in itself.
They connected the guy's lifelong work in law as a means to suggest that he did it so he could be a criminal mastermind. I mean, they destroyed this human being. If this guy didn't do it, oh my God.
One more.
And they use that as a basis.
If this guy didn't do it, then there is some killers that's still in Moscow.
Right.
These kids don't need to be going to school.
Well, and also even worse is if this guy
And they
did
will
do
be
it,
soon.
if he did do it and they
Right.
made all these mistakes in the process of engaging legal action against him, then it could possibly be thrown out and the killer walk free.
Right.
That's why we discussed
don't
the
want that
PCA
either
and how
way.
messed up it is,
Okay.
because it doesn't do anybody any
Here,
good.
here, what you just said, Green Eyes, is kind of the basis behind a lot of this. Here's what it is. They were under pressure, okay? Because school was going to be starting back up in January. They needed to have a suspect in custody so that people would send their kids or the kids would come back to school. If not, they're losing money immediately. They're losing they're losing themselves in a sense.
Their economy.
So they have to have somebody in custody. It was something that needed to be done. And if you notice, they rushed everything. They rushed everything to do to get this guy arrested at that point. Then they rushed everything to multiple labs to get the DNA on the sheath, this, that, everything else. They rushed to get him in custody. They've done this, boom, 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 because they have to have a suspect in custody. Now they have him. Now what they're doing, in a sense, I guess you could say, is trying to shove down everyone's throat that this man is the man that did it without any form of proof. Nothing at all. If they would have pulled up a clear picture of his car with his face in there smiling, driving, it's me, here I am. You've not seen that. If they would have pulled any kind of blood evidence off of him himself, all they've given us are pings. That's garbage to me. All they've given us is transfer DNA on a sheet. That's garbage to me. The PCA is in my opinion, a fictional document. It's
speculation.
It's all it is. And all of this, none of it.
Petty criminal accusation.
Right. It's all bullshit. I'm sorry for the language, but that's what it is to me. I'm sorry.
Okay,
truth,
so you
100.
okay, I have a problem. I know I'm taking up too much time.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I got a problem with the way they treated the G's and not letting them put up a reward or billboard signs.
I agree.
And it was because of the college.
Yes.
Right.
And they didn't want to keep people from going to school or going the next semester or after vacation or something. They wanted people to come back.
Yep.
Exactly.
I do have a problem with that.
Not
Now,
even
I'm not
profile.
saying.
Does
I
anybody know
guess
what
I'm
the
just
cutoff date is?
hoping. I guess I'm just hoping he is guilty in a way, because it would be so freaking heartbreaking to the families, to the people out there, and it would be. It's scary.
I agree. I do. Listen, I said before, I hope that he's guilty after everything that has gone on and everything they put him through, all of the families through, all of the victims themselves are not
Right.
finality with this. There's no closure with this. I hope he is guilty. I'll put it that way. I hope that they can show me the proof that Brian Koberger did this. I don't see it happening. I'm sorry, I don't. And I hate to say that because, again, it needs to be over. It needs to be done. We need to prosecute this person. And like I said before, everything I'm saying does not mean, and that goes for all of us, Sarge, Mama Bear, Jules, everybody that I've talked to about this, does not mean that we are Brian Koberger lovers, that we want him to be innocent, that we were sticking up for him.
Right.
We're standing up for the truth.
Well, you're standing up for the law,
Can I just
really,
say,
because
not only are we standing up for the truth, but so is Brian Koberger's legal team, because there's
Exactly.
nothing that they've done that myself and many others didn't say they would do. Everything you're seeing right now is what a good lawyer would do for somebody accused of that heinous crime.
Yes.
It isn't a game. It isn't a delaying tactic.
No.
His lawyer's saying, hey, you got evidence that it shows my client's innocent, and we're going to make sure you produce that. Hey, we think you arrested my client unconstitutionally, and we're going to have the Supreme Court look at that.
And
So
if you're
my
following
point is,
along, Green
his
Eyes,
actions are that of an innocent man. They really are.
I can't hear you, Jacob.
I know. I'm sorry. I and you see what, based on what Sarge just said, you see that the prosecution is dragging their feet with giving up anything that the defense is asking for to give this man.
But it is his right to have all that evidence.
It is,
and that's why he's taken him to the Supreme Court, and he's
that
actually
is why.
appealing.
That's why we're all standing here with our hands up in the air, going, "What are you doing? Give him what he deserves to give the man a trial to prove to us that he did this wrong, or didn't do this wrong, because that's what's not happening, and it needs to start happening."
Right.
And that's why, when people want to say that there's way more evidence beyond the PCA, that's speculation too, just as much as these other theories are speculation. It's
Right,
all speculation at
and they
this
want
point.
you to think that because there probably is some information that they're going to tell you paints the picture he did this in there, and I'm sure there is. But the problem that I have is they should never have gotten that information through a PCA. They should have
Right.
done that through standard investigative practices like they did to Evil CJ when he robbed 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Right? Then once they arrest Evil CJ, they should not tell him he's not going to have this, he's not going to have that. We're not giving you
They don't
this.
have the
we're
right
not-
to do that. They don't have that right.
What kind of a parade is this? This
Again,
isn't entertainment.
Well,
This is supposed to be serious.
Right.
every defendant has the right to what the prosecution
Right.
has.
And that's what we're arguing
Constitutional
about.
rights.
Not arguing, but saying, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm not
even
arguing
hard.
that. I guess it's just that I can't wait for the trial so we can see it all, and I think we can make a better decision. And I do honestly believe if they are going for the death penalty, because I don't think they have said yet, have they? Is this a death penalty? Have they said this will be a death penalty case?
I haven't heard for
I don't
sure.
think Santa has said that for sure. But I know they've talked about it.
Right.
They're nowhere near trying that case. Let's be honest.
Well, that's what I'm saying is a jury you're going to get people on that jury that is not for the death penalty at all.
Right.
And
If
no
it
matter
goes
what,
that far, though, we're not even close to that. Because
Right.
That's what his appeal is going to. The appeal is going to tell us more than anything we've seen to date.
Yep.
I know, mother. It says she's asked that's my mother, by the way, folks. Is asking, is it known the prosecution has given forth all the discovery? They haven't. They haven't at all. That's the problem. That's one of the biggest problems. That they need to let go of that. Let him have what he deserves, and get things rolling the right way.
Right.
One of the biggest problems right there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's wrong if they're stalling.
Well, it's
And you wonder why they're stalling.
It's going against the Constitution. This is his constitutional right. And
Now, does the prosecution, here's another question. And I know this is the first time I've ever done this. So
You're
excuse
fine.
me.
You're fine.
And I'm not law. I don't know the law a lot like some people do, but do they have a time limit to get the evidence?
That's what
Was there a time limit set?
That's what one of the motions have been for, is to extend. Well, the newest documents I showed you guys is to extend the time so that he has the time to be able to challenge the come on here, Dago.
Jury?
The indictment. To challenge the indictment. They're trying to extend the time for it. And of course, everything is an argument with prosecution. Everything. They want this boom, 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 boom. They want it done now. It's not right. It is absolutely not right.
And listen, Green Eyes, everything Brian Koberger is doing is a constitutionally protected freedom.
Yes.
Nobody can infringe upon what he's doing, the processes that he's following, no matter how long it drags this out. That is absolutely what every single American is guaranteed. And your government's there not to abuse that or infringe upon that. They're there to protect it. So everything you're seeing and all the time that keeps getting added, don't let it sweat. Just realize if it were you're entitled to that same process.
Yeah.
And this
100.
case is so awesome because if the American people pay attention, they'll learn exactly how to apply their rights.
This is
when
going to
it
go
comes to dealing with the law.
The prosecution, it's their job to prove he did it.
right.
Right.
So it's not Brian's job to prove he didn't. You see what I'm saying? It's the prosecution's job to prove he did it, and
Right.
and if they can't, then they got what is it? What evidence is it? Like if Brian could come up and say he didn't do it, and he's got an alibi and all that. This is what I don't understand, and you explained it to me that they didn't give him time to do
didn't
that
want
because they
to.
went to the grand jury.
Right.
Right. Well, he's doing everything right now, Green Eyes, that he's supposed to do. When he stood silent, that's what he's supposed to do.
Yes.
His message is, I have nothing to do with any of this. I'm the wrong guy.
Mhm.
And so then now he appeals to the Supreme Court and he says, listen, they got an arrest on me and I had nothing to do with this, sir. This is my proof. He doesn't want the prosecutor to get their hands on that.
Here's
the
what would
prosecutor's
happen.
trying to bury the guy under the courthouse.
Right.
He
Here's
wants
what would
the
happen.
independent court to look at that.
If they
Right.
would have allowed him to have the preliminary hearing, there's a very big chance He could have walked that day.
Right,
Understand
right.
that.
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
Right.
Okay, so what
Yep.
you're saying is that was the day that he could have brought all his shit on the table.
Yeah.
Excuse me,
Right.
I didn't
Yeah.
mean to cuss.
Yes.
All
And
the
that's
stuff on the table, and then
yeah.
and the
That's
judge
why
could have
it's
said,
very tough.
"Well,
Yeah, this is
And
not
then
enough.
that's what happened.
Exactly. See,
Yeah.
it's the state that's playing the game, not Brian Koberger. He's exercising his rights as an American.
Exactly.
and so they
Mhm.
snuck off in the middle of the night and did a grand jury
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
That way
Yep.
he
to
couldn't
keep
do
him
So
from
he-
playing his
Yep.
cards."
that. Yes, ma'am.
Yep. And all he could get is a
That's what that's
transcript
all
and
about.
audio.
They ran to the because I tell you right now, I know you know this whole thing that went on with Bethany, where they tried to make her come back to Idaho to testify this, that, and everything else. She tried to quash that. She didn't want nothing to do with it. She's scared to death to come back to Idaho for whatever reason. The defense, as soon as it was allowed for the defense to go to Nevada to interview her, I promise you, they were probably waiting in Nevada to interview her. And then they knew that evidence, whatever Bethany has, exculpatory or not, whatever she has, very well could have set Brian free at that moment. That's why they did the overnight sneaky indictment with the grand jury and said, okay, we got him now. Go away. You can't touch it. You can't do that. You can't do this. There's nothing we can do now until the trial. And that's what they did.
Mm-hmm. And it matches the PCA. The actions match the actions of the PCA, right? I mean,
Yeah, but okay, here's another question for you guys. I have a problem, and I've always had a problem with this. When it first happened, and then what is it, Sergeant Fry or whatever his name is, come out and said that Bethany and Dylan were sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was weeks later, or however long later, then he said she saw somebody with bushy eyebrows and a mask. And I'm thinking, why did she say that in the beginning? Why did she say it that day?
Because I don't think she said anything. That's my opinion. I think she was told to say that.
I think she was asking a question in a certain way.
changed
Not-
4
that's what I
times
think
with 4
happened.
different interviews.
Yeah, it's all changed. So many.
Yeah.
We
Each one
all-
she had, it changed
We
slightly.
were all
different.
told that they were all in their beds sleeping and they were snuck up on and they were attacked. They were unalived in that sense. And then it went to the fact that Ethan was laying on the floor and Shannon was outside the door. Then it went to Ethan was outside the door, inside the bedroom door. I don't think any of that's true at all, in my opinion. I think they were all hanging out in between the kitchen and living room area talking about what went on that night, and they were ambushed, and that's how I think it went down. But that's my opinion. So that's the problem with this is things have been changed and stories have been edited and redacted and changed around so many times that here we sit and they get mad at us because here we sit going, okay, what's the truth? Who's telling the truth? Is this guy involved because he changed the story? Is that person involved because they changed the story? We don't have a choice, guys. And that's why this ends up like this, Green Eyes. And I've watched your comments over a period of time, and I said, how you felt about it, but in some senses, I guess maybe it's because you didn't understand some of it, maybe. So that does make sense.
Well, I understand it. I guess it's just that I want to believe so bad. I mean, look, I think I've watched the video on here that you played or somebody emailed you or you got where they showed the window and it showed where they had that little living room area upstairs and that cop or the CSI stepped over something.
Yep.
And there was blood everywhere in there. And like you said, they said they're in their bedrooms. Well, how in the world did the blood get in that little party area
Great
or
question.
whatever?
Great
And
question.
so, seeing things like that people point out to me, it does make me question. I guess it's just that I want to believe so bad because this is going to kill the families if they don't have enough evidence for him.
I know that from what I've gathered from the Goncalves family, like I said, I have a deep respect for them and a care for the fact that they lost their child. I really do. All the families I respect, but the Goncalves family specifically because of the effort they've put into this to get the truth out of it. So I do get what you're saying. I feel the same way, but at the same time.
But you can't, if he's innocent, you can't let him go to jail to pay for somebody else's crime either.
That's it too. I think they deserve and want the truth for this. And that is, in a sense, what we're here for.
See,
As I always say,
The right person or person.
that's right. We're the voice for the voiceless, and all we want is true justice for these families, these victims, period. And we have to, no matter how bad, we all want somebody to be in jail for this, to pay for this. We cannot just let it be just anybody. It has to be the right person. It has to be done the right way. It has to be truthful and constitutional and all of that. You know what I mean? And I think, in a sense, I can't speak for them, but I do believe they would want that as well, as would the victims themselves.
Of course you would. You would want to know the right.
But if we were there,
perpetrators being held responsible for what they did to your child. Heck yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh
my God, yes. And here's the other thing you would want to know. Let me tell you what else you'd want to know. Is if this creep guy actually did it, but the police screwed the investigation up so much you could never charge him for the crime.
Oh, that would be horrible.
Yeah.
But would Americans finally wake up and start trying to understand their own justice system and how the media plays a role in convincing you of something that is not true? And it contaminates all the way down to the policeman. Here's a cop that says, well, it's known that criminals turn their phones off when they commit a crime. And this guy's got a PhD in criminals. I mean, why would you put those two together to disparage this man? And there's no other evidence to make that a factual statement. That's his opinion. So you mean to tell me this kid that's come from other schools, is highly recommended, got a great education, never been convicted of a crime, never arrested, he's the killer because his phone was off during the time of these murders? That's the guy we accuse? Come on.
That's why we explore all these other theories too.
It gets insane when you look at it for facts. It gets crazy.
Everything that they're throwing at us does not make any sense. Like I said, he spent a decade getting an education that he just threw down the toilet so he could go unalive 4 people. He like Sarge just said, he's been a perfect human being pretty much his whole life. He was a drug addict. So what? It happened. Not our problem, not our business. That doesn't make him a murderer. On top of that,
doesn't erase the other accomplishments either.
Exactly. Nobody has ever, if you look at, they don't want you to see, it seems like, all the good things he's done, all the good things that people have said about him. All we see is negative. No, that's not what this is about. It weighs out on both sides. He's such a dark, ugly person.
Well, I mean, he could be awkward. I mean, if he's OCD, he could be awkward and be on the spectrum.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, because most people that's on the spectrum are very intelligent,
and he is,
and they talk about him being very intelligent. The one thing I have, I have said this to you before, and I know I've said it. The roommates bother me. I cannot believe for 1 minute that they didn't hear anything.
Nobody can.
I'm sorry. And I don't care what anybody says, and maybe I'm wrong, but no, I can't, because you can imagine the sounds that was coming out of that house. Okay. Then I have a problem with the parents not being able to put up billboards or put out rewards.
Right.
It was their money. They should have been able to do what they wanted to.
I agree.
And
they still should be.
And so I do have issues with that. And the 8 hours. I'm sorry. I just can't.
We all do. We all do. We all got a little
the second biggest question.
Yeah.
And why wasn't they held? And see, I don't know if they were given. I know lie detectors are not admissible in court, but I mean, come on now. And I'm not victim shaming at all. No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying it's hard to believe. And maybe they were scared to come out of their rooms or told not to come out of their rooms. I don't know. But there's some sounds.
There's a lot of sounds and smells.
Right.
Noises, everything. None of that is true in my opinion. But me and Sarge both said at one point on the same show, the same day, the same time, and agreed that the fact that other people were called before 911 means that when police arrived, the first thing that should have been done was all those other people should have been sat down, swabbed, interrogated, dealt with, and every aspect.
DNA samples, fingerprints, the whole 9 yards. You're a potential suspect because you're at a crime scene.
Nothing.
You're at a crime scene. Therefore, I'm sorry, young man, but this is compulsory. You must surrender.
No, everybody
especially with this crime.
Yeah.
How about that? Everybody left home for Thanksgiving. So if anybody in the crowd was involved, guess what? They got rid of whatever they had.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and they
And the
claim
fact
they
that they told, is it Hunter? Was that Ethan's best friend? I can't
Hunter Johnson.
remember. That
Yeah.
supposedly, I don't know, that found him, that they called him or he went over there. I don't know. But for that boy to find his best friend like that, it'll never be. That should have been the police walking in there. Even if he was scared to death and said, I'm in my room, I think something happened last night.
Absolutely.
You know, and called the police and said, could you please come and search this house? You know, didn't have somebody calling your friends.
I suggested earlier that the crime scene was reportedly fairly clean, and I suggested it's possible that whoever did the killings stayed in that house to clean it, and these girls were terrified to do anything. And then later in the morning, when it appeared to be quiet, they called their friends to come check. That's what I think happened. I could be
well.
wrong.
That makes sense
wrong,
because there's no explanation for the missing footprints.
Everything is gone, right? So it sounds like the place was cleaned, and they also tried connecting that and saying Brian Koberger probably did it because he's got the
Not to mention there were tarps inside the house.
He knows how to clean it.
Real
Well,
quick.
he is OCD, so I don't know.
You know, 1 second, everyone, if I could. Mr. David Dames, a very good friend and, of course, channel member here, just gifted 20 memberships to anybody.
Wow.
Yeah, so we have, I do have to do this real quick. Teresa, Cassie H, all the shirts. Let's see, Viking Death Strike, why be so nosy? Crotchet in chat. I love that name. Cold as Ice, Idaho. Rich Buddy. Let me see here. Vicky, Harlot Oscara, Mystic, Virgo, LB, Carly with an I. Good Lord, David. Grammy H, Karen, and Suzanne, Tammy Barrows, Danica. I think that's it. All of you guys. If I missed somebody, I'm sorry, but real quick here. Thank you, David, for that, brother. I appreciate you. Welcome to the family, everyone. It is great to have you here, and that's just awesome, David. Thank you for that, as always. So sorry, guys, to interrupt. I just wanted to call that real quick. Very much appreciated. Welcome, everyone that has become a member. And if anybody is interested, it's pinned in the chat here real quick. Miss Brandy, talk to her. She will set you guys up if you guys wanted to jump into the Discord. And moving forward.
Well, this is just it's the most interesting case because it does touch on such important issues that apply to each of us when it comes to dealing with the government dealing with us. If nothing more, I hope people, they catch on that we're not proclaiming or parading around we want Brian to be innocent. That's not even anything to do with what we discuss. It's whether the procedures were followed and whether they got the right guy or not isn't even a consideration for me at this point until I know that PCA is legal. And if it is, then everything else they want to share with me, I'm willing to listen to. Is how they handled the grand jury. Was it done legally and professionally? If it was, then let's go on. Right?
Yeah. What if it was us in that position,
Yeah. Let's go
now, do you know?
Try to get the guy right.
Do you know if you know? Do you know that if Dylan or Bethany had to come to the grand jury?
No, no one knows. No, it's private, secret.
It was private. They didn't have to do anything with that, which is another reason why the defense is trying to get all the information about who was on the jury, everything about them, because again, it could mean that. They need to know who it was. They have to make sure that it was done rightfully, legally, and all that. And again, they're fighting, saying that they don't think that they believe they need all that information for whatever reasons, so on and so forth. More secrets. Exactly.
Now, could the defense have been in there in the grand jury or no?
No, it was secret.
It was done.
But if it wasn't secret, could they have been there? Like even his attorneys.
That would have been the preliminary hearing then, if they would have done that, and everybody would have been there.
Yep.
Wait, did this happen again? Happy just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, my friend. So again, welcome to everybody.
51 terabytes.
And Sarah SRB, thank you very much for the super chat. She says, I appreciate the way you explore everything, Dago, and great panel and chat. Always so inviting. Thank you so much, SRB. I appreciate that. Oh, and I have to do this too. Somebody's asking for it. I'm sorry. There you go. Thank you guys so much. And that's for everybody that has super chatted. We've had people talk if I haven't been able to. But yeah, and I was really kind of upset that they did not allow, which I think we all knew it was going to happen, that they did not allow the preliminary hearing to happen, because we could tell, a lot of people that know anything about this that just watch, it's going to happen, and it happened. It was done overnight, it was taken care of, and the next morning, surprise, here it is. And then he had to go in and give his plea, which that's why he stood silent, because it all led up to the fact that they're contesting the indictment now. That's exactly why he did it. He detached himself from everything, and now here we are. So they're doing everything the right way. And again, understand that Brian knows this. He knows what's going on. He's got a really good defense team, by the way, and investigators on the team as well. So
I heard about him.
Thank you.
Getting that guy off getting a prisoner on death row off because of the cops.
Yeah,
did something.
Right.
The legal process has been subjugated by the media, and that's something I think more and more Americans need to wake up and realize. So is the political process. It's subjugated by the media, not you or me or people we disagree with. We disagree with each other because we're being pushed this narrative. And some of us are saying, no, that don't make no sense. And others are saying, yeah, that's got to be true because, they wouldn't.
Right.
Why would they arrest him if it wasn't true? So, you're looking at this, you got two sides of the coin that the media creates. I mean, because, and I'll tell you something, more often than not, I don't care if you voted for Hillary Clinton and I voted for Trump, or I voted for Clinton and you voted for Trump. I promise you, we all have more in common than different. I guarantee it. Right. And that part of humanity is never discussed. It's only this horrid stuff. Right. But I run a company now for years that does millions and millions and millions of dollars over that period of time and never took a penny deposit, and have done jobs that are at least individually as much as $50,000 a piece, and have never, ever, ever been questioned about being paid. Ever. OK, we're talking 35 years in this business. People are good. I don't care if you think he did it or didn't do it.
One moment,
the thing is, in order for us to interact and share each other's ideas and consider them, as I think we first have to recognize that we are all equal, right? There's no difference here. Not color, not religion, not anything. We just want to know, is this government infringing upon this guy's rights? Whether he killed these people or not isn't important to us at this point. We want to know that he's not being railroaded by the media and the police. And if he's not, then he pays the price.
Well, that's kind of a good thing that there is a gag order.
Right, I agree.
Because if the gag order was released, oh my God, could you imagine like Nancy Grace and everybody, he'd be, I mean, we're only speculating
they just set him on fire already. Yeah, but they'd have this guy torched live on TV if they could.
Yeah.
Right. So I guess it is, and I think the defense wanted the gag order stay in place too, right?
Yeah, yes, they did. Yep.
And, I mean, another question. I'm sorry. I keep asking questions. I'm sorry, CJ.
I might have to go to the gas station real quick. Right,
oh, Lord. Oh, God. He's going to rob the gas station. What about, did they ever go into the frat house and illuminate it to make sure that nobody tracked blood into the frats?
No, we don't know what they've done in the investigation. As far as we can tell, based on how they behaved, they didn't even question Brian Koberger or his coworkers. They didn't swab the door handles of his car, of his desk. They didn't go talk to. They did nothing.
Right.
He just simply said, "Phone ping photograph of a white car. This is the guy."
Right.
That's the bad part here, right? So
the whole office.
I mean, what kind of an investigation? Even Matlock, if people are old enough to know who Matlock is, even he did a better job. Okay, Barnaby Jones did a better job.
Why are you calling out our age now, bro? Come on.
I know, but I'm just saying, Barnaby Jones, the guy could point to the left and you could be on the right, and he'd still hit you when he did. I used to call him One Shot Barnaby. That old man could point anywhere, and the guy was going down. That was a funny show.
Wow.
Watch an episode. You'll see what I mean. Barney Fife is like pointing 20 degrees to the guy's left, but the guy gets hit in the chest and goes down. He was 100 when he did the show.
Yeah, gotta love it.
And with the, I saw somebody in chat mention the 51 terabytes. I'm telling you, it's a lot of video. When you go to it's not pictures, it's not music, it's video. And when you have 19,000, 20,000 vehicles, you're gonna have 51 terabytes of evidence.
I think that's a lot of that 51 terabytes is going to have and include phone coverage as well. Okay. And that's going to be a good part of it. It's going to be, the house next door picking things up. It's going to be all of that. I mean, in a sense, guys, 51 terabytes is a lot, but if you think about it,
it's not.
When you put it all together, it's really not that much.
Listen, every single time someone handled evidence, all the cameras, the software when they're on every single thing pertaining to this case is relatively videotaped. And so it's incredible. Documentation is going to be a what do you got? A 12 kilobyte Microsoft document that says he was at this church. Documents are kilobytes, which are tiny little bits of information. In order to fill a terabyte of kilobytes, my God, you could put the whole Library of Congress in there.
Exactly. And
that 51 terabytes is video, is your.
And it could be 51 terabytes of nothing too. You know?
Any social media accounts that there's 4 victims. So we got to take all their social media accounts as well into account: Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, whatever it was, all their phone calls, text messages, emails, all of that. Okay, that equals a lot, folks. It really does. With 4 people, young kids, that they have every social media platform that exists, and there's probably, we even heard Dave state that on Snapchat that there was multiple channels that were set up that had multiple 80 to 100 people in each one of the channels that they had. That's a lot of info to look at, folks. So it's involved. It's all wrapped into that. So
can I ask each and every one of you what you thought when you first heard that 4 people were killed? What went into your mind?
First horrified, and then drug cartels.
Go ahead, Sarge. You go first.
I say drug cartels was the first thought that I had before they ever brought a suspect forward.
Okay, CJ.
I initially first thought it was connected to the pathway, the bike trail, with somebody that was reported dressed in black with a backpack, threatening people with a knife on a bike. I thought it was somebody that might have actually took a bike there, creeped through the woods, looked through the sliding glass door that had no curtains, and then had their backpack sitting in the woods there. Maybe that's why there was, not a lot of trails going anywhere, and then hopped on the bike and went back. When you're dressed in black at night, it's 28 degrees, even if you have blood on, and nobody's going to think nothing of you if you're riding your bike, as a student. So that's what I first thought.
Story. I never
that's
heard
what
that
I first
story.
thought. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that. And I personally thought initially, at the very beginning, I went directly to the ex-boyfriend and thought that this was some form of either a jealous boyfriend or a crime of passion in some sense, until more details were released about it, which changed my mind immediately. To an extent, I should say, as I've said from the beginning of this case, I have this little invisible table in front of me that has been here from the beginning, and nothing has been taken off that table at this point yet, because I have not yet been given solid concrete proof on anything. Okay, so that's where I was at with it.
Okay, mine. You might think this is crazy. Well, at first, when it first happened, I was like, of course, oh my God, And then when they started releasing the body cams?
Yes.
Okay, of the cops going there all the time for noise complaints.
Right.
Okay, I thought there is an angry neighbor and sick and tired of these
That's not
kids.
crazy. That is not crazy.
And I thought
Yeah.
they need to look at a neighbor, because whoever is calling the police on this house is fed up. Because even the cop, if you watch one of them, the cop was like, if we have to come back here one more time, you know, if we get a call one more time,
Yeah. No,
I'm
I
going
get
to
it.
make everybody leave, you know, and then, you know, and all that. So my first reaction to it, but then when it come out that there was no footprints, I said, and this is the honest to God truth, because I'm not going to lie. I said, they need to look at the college and they need to check into somebody that's in criminal justice. Because somebody knows if they didn't leave any footprints, this person knows something.
It's a ninja.
It's a ninja, right? And then I went to the boyfriend. But then when because of course you're going to think, you hear Kaylee's leaving, she's taking the dog,
Right?
You know, all this, and you're going. And then I hear that they had a good relationship even when they broke up. So I was like, no, he didn't do it.
Well,
But the first thought was, this is a neighbor, because how can he? Because I didn't even think about a car. I thought, what better way? Go in the door and go right back to your house.
Right. That's not crazy. There's nothing.
And leave out the roof or something.
Yeah.
I've told everybody in here. I said first of all, would never judge anybody's theories. I don't think anything's crazy, because at this point, somebody could call in and say, I know what happened, Diego. I have the answer to this. I was standing there that night. I watched this little circular thing land in the Banfield. These 3 little green dudes jumped out. They ran inside, come out covered in blood, and they flew away. And I'd go, okay, yeah, let's talk about it. Look into it. Because at this point, we've seen and heard everything there is to see and hear.
Right.
I'm not going to reject anybody's stories, guys. I'm just saying.
And I think you could attribute that because
thank you, sir.
Nobody gave us a reason to believe it was Brian.
Right.
Right. If they gave us enough reason in that PCA to say this kid did it, then there wouldn't be a discussion on theory.
Let me put it this way. I said this yesterday, I think, or the day before. I said they've not given us any reason to believe it's Brian Koberger, but they also have not given us any reason to believe it was anybody. It's not anybody else, if that makes sense. There's nothing out there that proves that this is not anybody else besides Brian. Nothing. They've not touched on that. They've not looked at that. They've not brought that out for anybody to see. So at this point, it's just wide open. They've given us no evidence to prove that Brian Koberger did this, as well as giving us no evidence to prove that nobody else could have done this, other than saying we have our man, nobody else is involved. And I call bullshit on that 100%.
In 20 skin cells.
Yeah. Or less. It's between 8 and 20 is transfer DNA is what they use. 8 to
ridiculous.
20.
Garbage. That's garbage to me. I'm sorry.
We shed that
from
DNA
a cold case lab.
The fact that I still don't understand how that could even be anything, because the fact that they had to send it to multiple labs to get even that off of it,
right?
That's another problem for me. It's ridiculous.
I think you need a minimum of 8 to 20 to even run a test. The closer to, obviously, the more you get, the better.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, they have to. I mean, you got to think about it. If it's one person, he's sweating. You got fibers from the clothes. You got them fighting back, because I don't, like anybody says, they're not just going to stand there and let you just do what you do. I mean, Xana had, wounds, defense wounds, and Kaylee probably had defense wounds. They all probably had defense wounds.
I feel that 3 of them at least. I personally feel that Ethan, Xana, and Kaylee fought back. I think Maddie may have been maybe a little too intoxicated. Maybe she was actually sleeping at some point. I just, for whatever reason, I don't feel like she fought back. And I think the other 3 did. And that's my opinion, folks. There's no facts to base that on. That's purely speculation.
Kimberly asked a good question. How did the DNA get on that sheath? And, I think, Kimberly, when you realize the type of DNA they're calling it, it's not DNA that would come from a bodily fluid. It's skin cells. You shed 500 million skin cells a day. That's called transfer DNA. That's what they found on the snap, not direct Koberg DNA like spit or blood or sweat or semen. None of that was found. So transfer DNA is what they found. It is truly called transfer DNA because we shed DNA cells on a microscopic level that if you could put an image to it, you would look like Pigpen when you walk around from Charlie Brown.
It's like touch DNA, right?
He could have just sold the knife. Yeah,
they're calling it touch DNA, but I'm telling you, its true term should be and I think was transfer DNA. Yeah. That's why they don't use it in prosecutions, because it can be moved around.
If he bought that knife from Amazon and touched it,
and then sold it.
Yeah, if he bought that knife from Amazon and he touched it, somebody stole it from him, took it out of his car, took it from his apartment, he gave it to somebody because he had no use for it. That's how that happened. You know,
or even bought it as a gift.
Everywhere you go, you leave transfer DNA. When you went to the market to buy a bottle of water, you left transfer DNA on that counter. Yes. It's impossible for you not to. Now, somebody could have touched that transfer DNA and walked in their car and touched the steering wheel. Now your DNA is in their car. You weren't in their car, okay? But your transfer DNA certainly can be.
And that's that comment by Stacy here says that they're basing the whole case on the sheath, and they really kind of are. But at the same time, what's ridiculous is they don't want to use that. Are you serious?
Right.
Are you serious?
Right.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life.
Because they want information from you. You know, they want all that information.
Yeah, well, and the cops didn't want to use it in the application of the warrant, if at all possible, right? And then when Brian tried to file a motion to get all the information related to that, they denied the motion because they're not going to use any of it at trial. Well, how could you not use it at trial if you're going to use it to match and compare and do all that diddly twat with whatever you did?
You arrested him. That's how you arrested him. So how do you not use that in trial?
So the cops are denying this guy stuff that he should rightfully be entitled to, whether he's guilty or not.
So even if the pings, can he get arrested even if they if they don't have if they can't use the DNA or the touch DNA or whatever it's called, can they still use the pings that show he's been there 12 times?
The pings are junk.
But the pings don't show him in the house. That's the problem.
You could be 2 miles away and ping somewhere that you ain't.
He drove around that area. Maybe he liked the joyride in Moscow. Maybe he knew somebody that lived in the apartment next door. Maybe he knew he was dating a girl. Maybe he just liked to drive around. That doesn't put him in the house.
And these idiot cops show pings going all the way back to June of him in that area. Yeah. So then when they get to this scene, the night of the crime, if you got 5 months of data showing the guy's been in that area for 5 months, why is your only conclusion he was stalking somebody? How about the other videos where they show the guy going in and out of stores to buy groceries? Is it possible 5 months of phone pings just show the guy going to his stores and doing his laundry and living his life?
That fits their narrative. That's
right. And the video they gave us showed us that's exactly why he was in that area, right? Mm-hmm. But yet the cops extrapolate in the PCA that those phone pings mean he's stalking them and he was there the night of the murder. It's just like this crazy conspiracy theory.
It fits the narrative. That's why. Yes.
It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Rules just said only if they have a high probability of programming to pinpoint exact locations, and if not, then no, towers have a 15-mile radius.
Well, they did say they have that. What is it? Starts with is it case or CAS or, and that literally pinpoints you.
But being in an area doesn't make you a killer. That's the point we're making. Right. Just because you can locate my cell phone
to the grocery store,
that house, that doesn't make me a killer. And the worst part about their argument is his phone went off the air, but when it went off the air, it was at Pullman.
Right.
Where he lives.
Where he lives.
Not anywhere near the crime scene. And when it comes back online again, right? When they say he must use airplane mode. When it comes back online again, it's not in Moscow. It's somewhere else. Completely
but they could say
way out of the way home.
His phone could have died because that doesn't fit the narrative.
Right. And so that's the whole thing is that stuff needs to be sorted.
I know when I charge my phone, sometimes I turn it on airplane mode because it charges faster because I got a crap phone.
Yeah, that may be, but I'm just saying use that as a reason to arrest. Imagine if you got arrested with that accusation because you turned your phone off.
Right. Or you went for a jog and shut your phone off,
Well, I can't go anywhere because I got long hair and it sheds, so my hair is everywhere. So it's probably left everywhere I go.
Just like his attorney said, his first public defender in Pennsylvania said Brian was very surprised at the arrest and said he cannot wait to be exonerated from this. So, I mean, and then we also heard that he asked who else was arrested and all that. And now, I can't verify that was true, that was said. Thank you very much, Kib Kitty. I appreciate you so very much for that, and thank you, CJ, for referring her.
No, I appreciate you, man.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. So, all of that. That's what makes none of this make any sense. None. I'm sorry, but none.
Yeah, it's
I laid here at
tragic.
night, like watching TV. You know how you lay in bed and you're just like, okay, I'm done watching this, and you're just laying there ready to go to sleep, and you think your mind starts to wind down. Well, mine never does, but you're supposed to wind down and go to sleep. And I lay and think about these things like, how can I make this make sense? Every conclusion I come to makes no sense at all, period. So
Do you
it's
think it's because we didn't, like every other coast, even like Delphi, we had the videotape, we have this, we have his voice, we have all this, even though it was later, we don't have nothing.
right. I mean, I think Delphi
And that-
actually has more than this does.
Right.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they was more open about it. Even when you look at the Vallow case,
Yes.
they did that pre-trial or whatever. You got most of before they, I don't even know why they didn't allow cameras in there. Everybody knew what they were going to put on anyway.
Even if they especially now, if they get past all this and convict this guy and he didn't do it, okay, the problem with that is that no one's trying to hold the government to the standards that the government was given power to exercise.
Right.
When you have a suspect, there's a procedure. They call it doing it by the book. And this was nowhere even, if it was a book, it was a Charlie Brown Christmas book that they read. It was not a book on investigating a suspect.
Yeah, it was Dick and Jane.
It was a rush to judgment. It was almost an entrapment for some reason or other. They just decided this was going to be their man because of a few ancillary things. The fact that even if the touch DNA is unequivocally Brian's, then that was great reason to investigate Brian.
Because they were under pressure to make an
Get a
arrest.
DNA sample from the man. Bring him in for questioning. You questioned everybody else.
money.
They're all over the news wanting to talk about this, right? Go to his house. You have a white card, blah, blah, blah. We'd like to bring you down the station.
Where are you on this
He
day?
didn't do anything like that. And in America, he's been convicted in the news already, 1 billion to 1.
Yes.
And yet we still don't even know if they had a right to arrest the guy, whether he did it or not.
Right. If you go do a poll right now for the United States or the world, we'll just say the world because it is a worldwide case visible now. Okay. I promise you, it's going to be a very high ratio that everybody's going to have him guilty. And that's the way it's been since the day he was arrested. And it's not going to change.
I mean, hell, you get people mad on here that if you say somebody else might be guilty,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't get mad. I might think he's guilty
you,
or
I'm
want to
just
be
saying.
mad, but I always
too.
say everybody has a right to believe he's innocent too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We shouldn't argue about whether we believe he's guilty or innocent.
No.
Because we've got a long time till trial. People change their minds and go, we're going to flip flop.
And just so everybody knows, don't expect to see this trial in October, folks. It's not.
Oh,
gonna
no.
happen. It is not going to happen. I'm not looking for this trial until maybe at the very earliest next July or later at the very earliest.
Right.
Well, if the defense don't get the paperwork, they're not going to be able to. Or if they don't get it at the time, can they not say, like I think you brought it up, ineffective counsel?
Yeah.
Because she can't put on a defense because they didn't give all the stuff.
Well, they haven't yet. At some point, they're going to have no choice but to hand it over.
Right.
And again, that's why they're motioning to extend everything because of that. It's a game. It's a game that prosecution is playing, and they're doing their very best to win. And
the judge actually has to. He's going to have to comply with that request because you cannot deny him his right to an appeal of the indictment.
Right.
It's written in Idaho law that is your right. Okay. So I really think, like you're saying, Dago, it's not going to happen in October. Probably won't happen. If it happens at all, then it would be happening in 2024.
Yeah, that's definitely my guess. 2024.
Yeah,
and then if it's a DP, it might even be the year after that.
Yeah.
You know, if you're
Well,
talking
didn't he say he had a right to a speedy trial and he wanted that? And if they go past that time limit?
Not in this case, because he's requesting the order to be stayed, the case to be stopped right now. Stop it. I'm appealing it. So it's on a request of the citizen, and he has that right. Then the clock will start again from how many ever days since he's requested it, that'll freeze. So if it's been 10 days and he comes back after his appeal in 3 months, it's still only counted as 10 days. Now the time starts. I think it's 90. I don't know. Each state is different. In my state, it's 90 days that you can get a trial, or maybe with federal charges to a speedy trial. But that can be extended by agreement between counsel as well, and the defendant.
Yeah.
Right. As long as the judge says, sure, go ahead. But yeah, so I don't think he's ever going to go to trial. Sadly, if he did it or not, I don't think we're ever going to know.
Well,
are they going to let cameras in?
No, I doubt that.
No,
I highly doubt that.
If it goes that way, maybe the public will be so outraged at the stupidity of the Keystone cops in Moscow that there'll be such outrage that they're going to have to find the real killers and show that they found them in the right way. That would be the best outcome, in my opinion.
No. I'd like to see them try to prove that too. I'd like to see them clean up the mess they've made with it, but you know, I don't see that happening either.
Yeah. If he's not the guy that did it, this kid is really.
And I do have a problem with him knocking that house down.
Me too.
Yeah.
I think that is so wrong, and the family should.
Everything I said today, everything I've told you about how fast they've done everything, how rushed everything is, that goes right into that little box. They're trying to get rid of everything and anything and rush through this as fast as they can. But it's just not the house. I don't care what anybody
Can
says.
we start a petition?
I mean, I don't know if it'll matter, but the defense should be able to do something like that, in my opinion. But it just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. They have to have that house, in my opinion. The jury needs to be inside that house. They need to see and hear what things are like inside that house, and put themselves in that position and walk through that scenario, in my opinion, for this to be done the right way.
Right.
So he went in the bedroom
The
A,
hallway,
and he's 60 wounds on 2 victims. So they would be able to then experience and then say to themselves, look at the time when they walked in to the time they walked out. Could somebody have done that in 12 minutes? So there's
and
a lot
also
of
the
reasons
sound.
to keep that house in one piece until if there ever is a trial. I don't think anybody should be allowed to tear that house down. That's insane if they do that. It'd be another Keystone cop move on behalf of Moscow, Idaho.
Well, that would be the college, because they own it now and they can tear it down.
That's why do you think that was done like that? They wanted to get it out of there.
I don't think the college owns it. Somebody actually did research on that property and found it connected to some corporation. LLCs, and there's a big chain of
the Perky.
Oh, see, I thought they gave it to the college and then let them decide.
Now the person that owns it, now whether it's true or not, I saw the documents that they were claiming that this person is connected pretty well to some nefarious things. He's not.
Yeah.
Well, isn't everybody in Moscow?
Yeah.
That's all I've heard.
I don't know what they are.
Shadiness.
This is like TNT touched on it. Is that what you're talking about, Sergeant?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
TNT touched on it. Truth and Transparency.
Somebody did, and there were 2 people that touched on it. That's why. Usually, if I hear something twice, I don't take it as fact. But this is some verification of what I've heard,
No, we've looked into some stuff too.
Did you find anything like that?
I know what you're talking about.
Right, we've been looking in the background.
Was he accurate on that statement about who owned the house, or that it was owned by corporations that have been?
It is an LLC of sorts.
It's making sense.
It's a different situation.
No Change says the college owns it. She has the documents, or he has the documents.
Who says that?
No Change, no more.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, no Change, no more.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I know at some point though it was looking a different way when we were looking at it. But yeah, I mean, if you have, you're welcome to send them no change. We can look at them, so on and so forth. I trust you, of course, and no problems. Thank you, Chains. So yeah, I mean, but at some point it because we've all been doing some digging in the background for different things, and it just didn't look right. I'll put it that way. So, until we can verify something, I don't like to put things like that out.
Right.
And clarify things for sure.
Well, if he says he'll provide the document, it'd be interesting to know when the college became the owner of that property. Before the crime, after I don't know.
I think it was definitely after. I've heard both sides of that. I'll be honest with you.
Well, he said he's got a document.
I've understood. What I understood. No change.
No more.
She said. Yeah.
That's a girl.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's fine. You can either, you can post in Discord, or you can send it to my email because
Yeah.
I really can't bring Discord up here.
I
But
can
yeah,
vouch for
and what I
nothing.
understood was that the owner, I had heard both sides of it. The owner donated it to the college because at this point you really can't re-rent that house. I know who's going to want to live there. And the house is falling apart to begin with. It's a shitty house, guys. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did they tear the walls down? They had to tear the walls down. Or no? Did they have a cleanup crew go in there?
Well,
I'm not sure
about that for sure. I know that they processed the house, and it took them quite a while to do that.
photographs.
And after
Video.
that, I don't know exactly what went on. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, it was like a buck.
I think we've been left with the idea that that was a clean crime scene, which is kind of a staggering. It just doesn't seem to make any sense at all. But I think.
Well, the reason I say that is because it's biological fluids in that house. They can't leave it for 2 years.
Right.
Well, no, DNA and blood samples actually will not be affected over time. You could still confirm and still.
That house is. I mean,
biohazard. It's biohazard.
Yeah, it's a biohazard.
Oh, yeah. Well,
you can't unless you get it professionally cleaned.
Plus,
it can't sit there.
You could then take photographs and video of it, and
you can't put anybody back in the house.
Then how would you, if Dylan and Bethany are testifying, and that's how can they say, well, we didn't hear nothing? How can the jury go in there and say, and scream? And there's going to be some echo without furniture, but how could they test that theory?
Well, they could just have one person stand in the upstairs bedroom or the second floor bedroom, and two people stand in one of the affected areas where they were killed and make some noise. See if you hear it from that girl's bedroom or the girl's bedroom downstairs. You don't need the blood to inspire.
But you need the house, and if they tear that down,
would be important, so that you could establish in your own mind as a jurist. You might say, well, I'm in the second floor bedroom where Dylan was, and I can hear everything, or I can hear nothing. Right? I don't hear nothing. What did you do in the second? What did you do in the other bedroom? In Zaina's bedroom? I didn't hear that.
Right.
So you could, Bethany downstairs, her bedroom's below that. Someone go down there while someone makes a noise there, and so I heard that.
Yeah.
Right.
Jules says that the college has it, and they have blatantly stated that this case has nothing to do with what they want. The house coming down over the summer. Yeah.
Neither of the people that hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. Nothing to do with it.
I think that's gonna. See, if I was on the jury, I would want to walk through that house.
Oh, me too.
Your 360 video is not going to show me anything.
No.
That's why we should write all of this stuff down, Dago, and get it to the defense attorney and send it to the prosecution too, so we're fair-minded, right?
Yeah, they could stop it. The defense can stop it from being tore down. Can they not?
I don't know.
They can try.
They may be able to, but they who knows? Maybe they've already got paperwork in the motion for that. Who knows?
No, I did not know that.
But it's evidence. I don't think you could destroy crime scene evidence. Personally, my opinion is that that's just unlawful.
Yeah, it should be.
Right? At the very least, melt the guy's gun down just because you got his fingerprints off it with a picture. You need the gun.
Well, I know most of you have watched that documentary about the guy that supposedly threw his wife down the stairway killer.
Yeah.
Okay, don't you? If you ever watch that documentary, that wall stayed bloody for almost a year. He kept that wall because he needed that wall, right? For blood splatter.
Yes.
Okay, so
the whole house.
Yeah, the whole house. Right. The stairs, nothing was redone. It was even closed off with a curtain. Nobody went up in there or whatever.
The only unaffected room is on the first floor, and if you took that down, the whole house would collapse.
Echo says, did you know that the U of I president grew up as a child at 1122? It was his family home. I did not know that. Thank you for the information.
Wow.
Rose says that the court order is still in place as of yesterday, that there were no permits pulled to raze it.
Wow. Okay. Someone's saying that they think that the court said they couldn't destroy it. I don't think they can either because it's evidence in a major
crime. I would think that you couldn't until after the trial or until that part of the trial has been dealt with.
You would have to preserve so much of it. If an immediate appeal is applied for, though, if he's found guilty, for example, then that may extend the protection of the house gets to stay standing.
Yeah.
But other than that, you're right. If he's convicted, No, but if he's exonerated, they may go ahead and do it over a period of time. But I suspect they'll maintain that house for a while before they rip it down.
Well, that's why I think they have it boarded
Especially
up.
if he didn't do it.
They're secure. There's security there 24 hours a day. Watching. They have a porta potty there. There's somebody always there. There's a little office now and everything. They live there pretty much. So, and you've seen multiple creators that have been Roy, from Thou Shalt Not Kill. He's walked it around the house a few times, filming different things, so on and so forth. So yeah, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I truthfully don't. As much as they want to tear it down, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't. Jules says that there's nothing officially filed. There's been nothing officially filed and shown to the public that shows the house stays. If the school wants it gone over the summer, then the court better move. I agree. I do agree.
Okay, that's factual information.
So a petition wouldn't do nothing? Like there's nothing
I don't know.
we could do as a community that we could,
I think if it's scheduled to be tore down, I think only at that point then Coburg will file a motion to prevent that from happening.
That's what I'm saying. They have to file something to prove that they need the house.
They would have to argue against it.
Yes. And I'm honestly thinking that
she made a good point about that too. Jules did about the demolish and them not asking, the defense not asking.
Oh yeah. Where's that? Where did it go?
But somebody said there'd have to be permits pulled and stuff before that happens,
and
which makes
that's
perfect
what
sense.
Rose said that there's been no permits pulled at this point. So,
so there's no reason for Brian to file a motion. Yeah, you don't file a motion against what could be. You file it against what exists.
What's going to exist? Yeah. I'm almost wondering if the defense isn't asking for the house to be stopped in order for them to use it as a reason to have the case thrown out later by the evidence being destroyed. That's a great point, Jules. Seriously. I'd have never thought of that.
Well, that and the families coming in and allowed to take their furniture and everything in it.
That's been done already, right?
Well, that was done weeks after.
Yeah.
They come and took boxes after boxes. And you remember, was it Fry pulled in a U-Haul?
Yeah. There's something else that I noticed too. I don't know if you guys caught on to this or not, but they were in and they were going to be tearing that house down before they even arrested Brian. And the day that they were in movement to do that, from what we understood, they were going to start tearing the house down.
Really?
They arrested Brian and everything froze. Everything stopped right there and there. Like, why were they in such a hurry to do it then? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't even have anybody in custody at that point.
So that's the reason why they were allowing the families to take what wasn't evidence, because they were planning on tearing it down.
Well, that's normal anyway. That's normal anyway.
That's not normal because I don't think the defense even was there. She wasn't there yet.
They left Brian Kohlberger's stuff in his apartment for his lawyers and people to come back and get. They didn't consider evidence in the crime. So
because her and that girl showed up
with family members as well. I mean, why wouldn't you want the girl's stuffed teddy bear? Why is it got to get destroyed with the house? That's horrible.
Right. Whatever was not ruined by the crime scene itself.
Right.
Wanted it.
If it's not involved in the crime, then give it back to the family.
Right.
That's normal.
So, I agree with that one. I do agree with that. All right, guys. I think.
Well, thank you for allowing me to be up here. I've never done this before, and I'm sorry I asked so many questions.
That's what this is about. This is what makes amazing think tanks, in my opinion. When we can all get in here together and have different opinions on different things. Not everybody is going to agree, and that is how this happens, because we're all looking at different angles of this, at different aspects of it. Different theories have different opinions, and today and yesterday was about you guys coming out here and putting your thoughts, theories, opinions out there, because a lot of you guys don't get to do that on a regular basis if you're not a creator. You know what I mean? So
right.
And I'm going to do more of these, maybe at least once a week or something, based on new information as we get it. So I think it's important that your guys' voices need to be heard as well, and your thoughts need to be put out there, and your opinions need to be put out there. So, again, I will be doing this at least once a week, okay? Based on new knowledge and things like that. It's going to change. There's going to be new things. There always is. God, there's so many documents in this case. By the time I'm done, I planned on printing them all out, okay? Thank God I have a filing cabinet, because it's going to take up one whole drawer in itself, I think. It's insane. This is, in this case, in my opinion, folks, is going to go down in history. It's probably, right in line with the Lindbergh baby scenario, because this is insane.
The most confusing
is absolutely yes.
I think that if in fact it goes to where they kick this out, Dago, it's going to be up to us to make sure it doesn't go away in the public's eye, because the media,
That's
the
why
media is
we're
going to
doing
run
it.
and hide. The
That is
media is
why
going to
we're
ignore it
doing
like it was a snowstorm in Peoria. They're not going to report on it ever again.
Yeah.
If this kid wins, it'll be sensational news for a few days. Then they'll bring up another calamity and ignore this completely. We have to keep it going.
It's like all the other.
If he's released or he's
Somerville case, all those cases, I refuse to let these cases go cold, because that is what will happen if we, in essence, I'm sorry, if we do not do what we're doing right now. That's what happens. You have to be the voice.
Then we have to pull our money together and throw billboards up in Moscow asking who did this, and keep it going. Right?
I agree.
Well, I mean, I think even before they got the DNA from the trash can, if that's what they did, they should have got a warrant to get Brian's DNA in the car.
Right.
And then and took him in for questioning.
I suspect he'd have handed it over
right away. I guarantee you
he would have handed it over, and if he didn't and he objected and started making noise, then I think that would be a sign that he's possibly right. It would have worked in their favor. That's why you do things by the book.
Well, they did Jack D like that. He gave up his DNA, from what I hear. Isn't that what the turkey show that said that that Miss G said that he gave everything.
That's right.
So,
he absolutely did. He held no qualms with that. Nothing. So at that point,
he was never given that choice. He was approached with an arrest warrant for the murder of 4 people and burglary.
No, the door was busted in, from what I understand, and SWAT was there.
Doors and windows. They destroyed the house for no reason. They would have knocked on the door. He would have answered and walked away with them. There was no reason for that. So,
hey, I'm gonna hop out real quick. Somebody else wants to hop up here.
Oh, I'll get out.
I want to say. Oh no, that's cool. I just want to say thank you to everybody.
People up here, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you can. Oh, okay. I thought you could only have. Okay.
No. I can hold 10 people if I want you. But thank you, Green Eyes, for jumping up here today. I appreciate your thoughts, theories, and opinions on this so very much.
Well, thank you for answering all my questions, guys. Because
you were awesome.
Because look, I have questions. I have a lot of questions.
We all do, and that's what this is about. This is how you get some questions answered, and it has to be done. So you're welcome at any time, as I said. So please do feel free. Next time I do this, if you want to jump up here, you have an open invitation. Okay.
Okay. It was nice to talk to all you guys. And CJ, don't rob no stores.
Hey, I'm too busy doing my own show.
Right. All right. Well, I got to go. My husband's here, so I got to figure out what we're going to eat for supper. But thank you. It's been a great show, and
you were awesome.
And thanks for answering my questions, guys. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Be good, Green Eyes.
All right. Bye.
Take care. I guess one more person had asked before I bring it down. Dolphin, the link is in chat. Please click the link and come on down. Definitely like to hear from you again. CJ, thank you for jumping up here today.
Thank you. No, thank you, and thank you guys for the great conversation and the mental flow. I really appreciate it. I'll go ahead and hop out too. Just thank you so much, man. Like ever since I came in your chat and your channel, you've been nothing but peace and positive and peaceful, and I just want to say thank you, man.
Absolutely.
It's nice. It's nice when there's like-minded channels and individuals out there. And Sergeant, you're funny as hell, man. Like you're awesome, dude. And thank you for the sub. I appreciate you, Sergeant.
Can you put his link in the chat room there for his subscription?
I thought we did, but go ahead and Heather or anybody if you would drop Evil CJ's link again, please. I appreciate it so very much.
Thank you so much.
On his 7-Eleven escapades, though. We'll keep that.
Hey, I'm too busy doing my show, man.
Sure you are.
All right. I am. Trust me. Thank you, everybody.
That's what Brian said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much again, CJ. I appreciate you. And then again, anytime you are welcome at any time on the channel, on the panel. Great to have you. Dolphin, the link is pinned in chat as well. Just click that link there.
says the true crime with Dago. It's in a blue banner at the very top.
Yep. Come on down. Leslie Densley Watkins says, can I ask who wouldn't be yelling I am innocent to all if you didn't do it? Why doesn't he? Because he's probably been told not to say a word by his attorneys. That's why, in my opinion, at least. I would like to think. Welcome, Dolphin. Oh, okay.
And there's a gag
Let's try it again.
Well, so
yeah, there's also the gag order. So right.
People think remaining silent is a negative connotation, when in fact, if you follow the written law under the founding fathers and the Bill of Rights, and you follow those rules that they lay out for government's limits, he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do.
Right.
He has no requirement as an American citizen to answer this government when they're telling him he killed 4 people. It's your right to not acknowledge the government and then challenge them to make sure that what they're saying you did, they've got valid reason to make that statement. Because in this case, if they don't, look what they did to this poor kid.
Right.
Imagine this guy's life for the next 50 years 60 years that he's alive. Wow.
Mr.
Brian Kohlberger, he might get killed, right? People are going to believe he did it no matter what.
That's a fact. Can you hear me, Dan? Antonucci? Mr. Antonucci?
Yes, I can hear you. I'll be there in 1 second.
Oh, yeah. I just want to make sure you could hear us. Dolphin, if I don't know if you're having technical issues. You came on, we've seen you, so you're welcome to try it again.
We're live. Is it too late?
No, you're fine. I said I can take 1 or 2 more people real quick here before we shut down.
This will be very quick.
Absolutely, sir. Welcome. It's great to have you up here.
Yes, it's great. We got the Italian trio here. This is fantastic.
Hey, forget about it.
Yes. I just was curious if anybody ever looked into who they were all visiting at the Taylor Avenue apartments where that famous picture comes from, because all 6 of them were there. And that's also a similar area where all those figures were running by in the body cam and at the time of the scream. So I think law enforcement would want to go to great lengths to figure out what was going on there, and they would be much more appropriate suspects than Brian.
I don't know that. I've never really gotten the ability, or I should say, I'm not going to tell the truth about it. I'd never really thought about looking into that. So that's a very good question, actually, my friend. I appreciate that. It's going to make me have to do it now.
And again, this whole exercise in doing that wouldn't be necessary if the accusations laid against the guy gave us a good reason to believe he did it.
Right.
I mean, that's the horrid thing here, and that happens on every issue. It's crazy, man. Yeah. I need to have me a Marlboro.
I think that's where all the frustration comes from, is the making a square hole or square peg fit into a round hole with Kohlberger. If it made more sense, nobody would be questioning every little detail.
Right.
Andy Libby, we're not convinced he's the only one that they looked into, but they're the only one that they focused on, and their focus is just extremely weak when it comes to evidence he was in the home. And that's why their actions, their responses to his requests, their filing with the judges, it's just all suspect what they're doing. That's what we're questioning here. As to whether he did it or not, we just don't know until we get past this phase of he's appealing, or if the DA was honest, he would have let the preliminary hearing go through, and this conversation today wouldn't be being had, right? We'd know.
Right.
We would know.
Yes. Welcome, Dolphin. It's good to have you here. Can you hear us?
Who, me? Yeah, I can hear you guys.
All right. Italian? Because this is like an Italian-only room.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Welcome.
We're from Taylor Ave to Taylor Street. Hey.
Yep. There we go. Welcome to both of you. Thank you guys for jumping up here. Again, I'm definitely curious and interested to hear what you guys have to say. So great to have you here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to step out and head back to work, but I'd love to get some more intel on that Taylor Avenue multiple unit apartment complex where everybody was hanging out for that picture.
I will definitely. I actually made a note of that, and I'll get together maybe later on with some mods and see if we can do a little dig in there.
Fantastic. Thanks for doing this. This is the greatest, the best community too.
Absolutely, Dan. Thank you so very much. It's great to have you as part of that community, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, my friend.
All right. Take care.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye. All right, Miss Dolphin, how are you today?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you guys doing?
Wonderful. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I've just been out running errands and whatnot, and I've been cleaning and listening to your open panel for the past couple of days. And Sergeant, oh man, I love the stuff that he says.
Oh,
And Eddie from a couple of days ago, I think it was
yeah,
a
he was
couple
here
days ago.
today too. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been out all day, but they mentioned some things, and I was like, oh, I wanted to say something, and it's like I never could get on until now.
Don't
But
worry.
so I wrote notes really like quick, just bullet points. So what was I going to say? Dang, I hate that I missed the whole thing. Cartels. Okay, there was like two different theories about, uh, it could have been a cartel hit, or whatever, right? And the biggest thing that bothered me about that is like you think, wait a minute, you imagine hardcore cartel members coming to this house of like six people, brutally murdering four and leaving the other two alive. Like, in what movie would that happen or whatever? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
Right.
It's like, okay, you're leaving these young college students and trusting that they're not going to rat you out or say something or whatever. So
Right.
I don't see that, that it's a cartel thing or whatever.
I can agree.
Um, And then it's kind of the same with the police too. The police are going to come in, or somebody on the police force, somebody in law enforcement is going to come in, do all this brutal, murdering for the four, but leave the other two, and say, threaten them to keep their mouth shut or whatever. The only other way that I could see that would work is if Bethany and Dylan knew the people,
And
who
that's what
committed.
Chicken Teak just said, that if
Oh,
two
okay.
were with that or knew about it, then yes. And I agree. Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. Or related, like say maybe Dylan's dad is, mixed up in with something or whatever, and it's like, yeah, she's off limits because that's my daughter, blah blah blah, whatever.
Can I ask a question? Because I know somebody knows.
hmm
Were either of the two survivors part of the videos of them talking when they said she told Adam everything? Were they ever in any of the videos of the actual victims? Were they a part of them groups?
Like on their social media, Vic.
No, I'm talking about the actual information given to us, where we see them at the Grubhub truck. Is Bethany or Dylan shown in any of those clips?
No,
Not
not
that
that I recall. They were supposedly at
Okay.
frat houses or whatever
And the
partying.
reason I
hmm
asked that is there is a precedent for leaving people behind so that whatever took place there is known
hmm
as a message. So
hmm
I'm not saying the cartel did it, but you can't exclude it because something like that could take place.
hmm
Where they
Oh
would leave,
yeah.
they
Oh
would
yeah.
leave the victims alive in the house. And in fact, it appears like, based on that, the reason I asked that question is they may not have had any knowledge or any information about what was really going on with those four, if
hmm
anything at all, right? Because they weren't part of whatever happened with them that night. They were home at different times. They were home earlier than they were. They were in their bedrooms. So they had nothing to do with that evening.
And
And
Bethany did.
that may be why they were not included, because they weren't part of that clique.
they were both young, underage and couldn't go to bars and stuff
Okay,
like
there
that.
you go. There you go.
They were able to go to the frat houses and the sorority parties and
Right.
stuff.
And Bethany was with Ethan and Xana, like during that
And then
night
they
at
went
the
home.
frat
They went
house.
home separately. So, like the
hmm
conversations of them at the Grubhub truck and all of that, they weren't a part of any of that.
Right.
Right.
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah. Um, so cartel, police, and then the other thing, because somebody mentioned this, I don't know, like maybe 20, 30 minutes ago when I got home. And I thought Drunk Turkey was going to do something about it. Somebody said pings are junk, right? And you did?
I believe that, yes,
You
my
do?
opinion.
Well, there's different types of pings, and I remembered a while ago I saw this, and I wish somebody would like do a deeper dive on the types of pings that there are, because you guys know who Edward Snowden is, right?
Of course.
NSA whistleblower, right?
Yeah.
So there was a video that I saw, and I can go back through my YouTube history or whatever, but he was explaining that. And then I think there was somebody else that was in law enforcement that was also basically, had a diagram of like, these are the different types of pings. Yes, there are pings that, could put you within a 20-mile radius of a tower, but there are also pings that could put you, within inches or feet of something, of a location. So I was thinking about more sophisticated pings
Yeah.
are probably being used, since they also have FBI involvement. And then, another thing that had just popped in my head too while I was running around was, I know they got Brian's, is it Strata? His jogging account or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
actually wondering if they looked at whether or not he had like a smartwatch, like a Fitbit watch or a tracker or something like that, because that's been known to, trip a lot of people up, who have committed murders and whatnot.
I think I heard something about that at some point. I can't remember.
I did too.
Jules, do you remember if anything about the Fitbit smartwatch or anything that had to do with this case? Was there something brought up? I may cross cases because I know when I covered Nicola Bully that there was a thing about that. So I may be getting that confused with that because we cover so much stuff.
Mhm.
I'm trying to remember. Chick says no, but Kaylee had an Apple Watch.
Mhm.
You know what? It may not be this case. I'm sorry. Like I said, I know there was a big deal made about in the Nicola Bully case about her Fitbit too. So it could be
Mhm.
where I'm getting that from, that thought. So yeah, I can't answer that, but I will look into it if need be. You know what I mean? If he
Mhm.
Oh, here she is. Okay, she says, no, I don't recall anything about a Fitbit or exercise tracker. Strava only has one run on it, right? And that, at least now, it only has that one run on it. So yeah,
So, but Strava is either getting its data from like either his phone, if he's jogging with his phone, or a watch.
right, right.
Mhm.
One or the other. It could be either or at this point. And I don't know if we're able to find out if he had that kind of a watch or
Mhm.
if it was just the app off of his phone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, you want to hear something freaky?
Mhm.
What you just brought up may be, in fact, the exculpatory evidence that they discovered that Brian Koberger probably wasn't even thinking of getting.
Mhm.
That fact that he may have had a watch that tracked his location and it showed him somewhere that was not the crime scene,
Very
Mhm.
possible. That's a good point.
or it contradicts the phone.
Yeah,
Right.
Okay,
yeah, very
so
possible.
there's a lot that, and I do remember that they released wasn't there a release of the warrants and what they were searching Brian Koberger
Mhm.
for,
Mhm.
right? Where people
Oh yeah.
made fun of they were looking for a sheath. Okay,
Yep.
Mhm.
I think it was in there, and you know who would know more than anyone probably is Jules. I
Mhm.
think that in there, this idea of a Fitbit or whatever this is came up in that. I could
Yeah,
be
it could
wrong.
be even, they had warrants for Google, so it could be,
Right.
in there if he had like a Google Watch or something else that's Android based
Right.
or whatever, it could very well be in there. Because when I saw that they were, subpoenaing Google, I was like, oh, great, because the timeline, I like sometimes I've gone in, I had a lawsuit, uh, auto accident, settlement type of thing. But I went back to my timeline in Google, like a few years back, and actually could
Right.
see minute by minute, like second
Right.
by second, where I went, and I was like, oh man, this is amazing, you know.
Someone just said in the chat room, but the watch wasn't admitted as evidence, and that may in fact be true because he may have gotten rid of it or
Mhm.
lost it, or they just didn't find it in their search for whatever reason. But that the fact that they may have searched, I'm pretty sure they did search this stuff that would connect them to something like that kind of a watch.
Oh, right,
Mhm.
right.
Is Jules still in the room? Because I think she's read everything that can be read. She would know
Uh,
if that was in the list, because that was a conversation on a few
I think
channels
she's
not
listening
long
while
ago.
working back and forth. So if
Okay,
you heard that, Jules, I think Sergeant was asking if you know anything about any of that stuff in the documents.
in a warrant and what they were going to Brian, yes, it was. They're saying that
Right.
was on the mic. All right.
CC, that's correct. For anybody that has donated to the channel,
So
thank you.
that would be some pretty significant exculpatory evidence if there
Mhm.
is some object of that nature that exists and they have possession of that.
Yeah,
Right.
that, or it
And
could have tracked sleep too, you know.
And
exactly.
that's why
Chick,
you would want to put 51 terabytes of data on the defense's lap, right? So
Yeah.
they good luck finding that.
Right. Right.
Antique says that there's no watch on the list.
Right. But there doesn't need to be.
And
They get to search all his internet accounts, right?
Provided by WSU. Anybody that had that question.
What if he was just wearing it on his wrist, like when they got him in the kitchen? You know.
Jules answered.
Watch
Oh,
on the
shit.
evidence list, question mark. There's Google warrants.
Warrants, yeah.
The Strava warrant. I don't know of anything else. I don't recall anything about a watch. Right. So
Right. So, but the fact they could have searched that type of what you're saying with an exercise device,
Mhm.
whether they got it in their custody or not, isn't even relevant.
Right.
That information was available to them with their warrants. Apparently, as their electronic searches, they could search anything connected to Brian Kohlberger, most likely.
Mhm.
That would
And it's gonna
identify
be on
him
his
and his
computer
location.
too.
Right? Yeah.
Thank
Mhm.
you so very much, CJ. I appreciate that, brother. Absolutely. Yes. I agree, and that is an interesting outlook, though. Like he said, that very well could be exculpatory evidence if that is what it is. So,
Yeah.
Right.
but if
Yeah,
they're
I don't
saying
know
it's
that
not,
it is.
right?
Again, I'm theorizing. I'm theorizing because these things just pop into my head because I got Asperger's. It's just the way it works. Sorry.
Oh, and I have two more things that were like, quick, that it's
Yeah,
like
you're
this,
fine.
the
You're fine.
weeks that we've been talking about this and everything. I'm like, oh, there's this, or whatever.
I mean,
So one
it
thing,
seems like years.
what?
I said weeks. It seems like years.
Yeah, it does. One thing too that stood out to me like a long time ago, it was like this small thing that I think a lot of people just like glossed over or whatever.
Uh-huh.
The fact that he got a new phone number in June of
Right.
2022, nobody gets rid of their cell phone number, unless they have something going on, like somebody's, like a crazy ex or whatever, like they're really trying to avoid somebody. And it's like, this guy didn't sound like he was too social,
Well,
So I'm like, why would he have gotten rid of his phone number? You've
maybe
got free
because
long
that's
distance everywhere.
yeah. He could have been. Somebody asked me that question before, and yeah, there really is not a good answer, but it could have been that he was on a phone plan with his family when he was living there, and then he came out here and got onto a different plan separately. In turn, they made him change his phone number, but
Maybe his
that's
previous phone was stolen.
yeah, that could have happened too. I mean, there could be different variations of reasons for that, but again, I've changed phone companies before and kept the same phone number, so that doesn't really
Hmm.
mean that. So,
Right. So yeah, new phone
It's a
number
good,
though,
it's a
is the
good
problem.
observation for sure.
Hmm.
it is
Um,
absolutely
And the second part of it is though too. So these newer warrants that were released, Jules did some videos or whatever, I think, about them like a few weeks ago or whatever. The warrants that she was talking about that were looking for specific dates, like June through August or something like that, or whatever. It was
yeah.
like a very small time period. And that's when I was like, I wonder, did he still have the other number? And was like still using, like he had more than one phone, is what popped into my head. And I actually was thinking that he was also getting rid of his phone number from back when he lived in Pennsylvania and everything, to kind of like wipe out that trace of, let's just say he did things back in Pennsylvania, you know?
Jules
If
just
he
said
goes
that
out to Washington,
he said she said, I'm sorry. He also registered it under the Pennsylvania address, and the account was opened in June, was registered to the PA address, not Washington. So again,
right,
there it is. So
changed it before he went out there, which I
right,
find
No,
very
he
odd.
went out there with a PA phone. It looks like she's saying, and then when
yeah,
when he created a new account, he also registered it for PA. That's what I
exactly.
think she's saying.
Wait, he also registered it under
He
the
went
new
out
one.
to Moscow. He went out to wherever he was, Pullman, with a PA address on his phone.
Mhm.
The account he opened was registered to PA.
So he just got a new phone number
He
for
got
whatever.
a new phone number.
Right. Which is that could be suspect or not. It's a good observation, and that's a question that hopefully gets answered, because you could say that looks a little suspicious, or he may have a good reason for it.
Rose
Yeah,
says,
I'm just hoping that they were able to maybe subpoena his
Maybe he did it
previous
to
number.
get out from under his parents looking at what he's doing. Could be that too.
yeah,
Mm.
that could be, and I'm sure that I'm hoping that they I don't know. I didn't see anything on the warrant list for an old phone or an old phone number.
Mhm.
I may have missed that though. So that's don't quote me on that. If
Mhm.
anybody, Jules is very good with the documents. If she may have seen something I didn't. But Rose again says no. I thought he got a new phone for Washington.
Okay.
So, and I don't know for a fact that happened. She says Yeah, he opened the phone line. They got the warrant. Okay, there it is, for in June, and it's registered to his parents' address, even though he was moving to Washington. Okay, thank you,
Right.
Jules. So again, yeah, I
Outside
don't
the
know.
town, yeah.
It says there are some warrants with multiple numbers being looked at. We did see that. I remember that. But it's all, of course, it's all redacted and more, but more than one number. So yeah, that could very well be it right there.
Right.
Yeah.
If it happens to show, and this is what I'm talking about right here, folks.
Mhm.
This is some kind of a form of if they were to show an old phone number, and he's somehow or another texting or talking to somebody
Mhm.
from that phone number before he came to June in
Mhm.
Pullman or in Moscow, boom, there's what we're looking for. Okay,
Right.
you know, something we haven't seen that links it in
Mhm.
any way, shape, or form. I mean, it's not real strong, but it's stronger than anything we have. You know what I mean? So,
Mhm.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's again, it's an incomplete investigation when it comes to tying any of these things together. There's no way to connect
yeah.
the dots unless you accept their theory that the information supplied can only mean he killed these people.
right. Come
Mhm.
on up.
Cell
Come on up.
ping proves
I got
it.
a while to go yet.
Him turning off his phone proves it too. The fact that he got
Oh,
that
yeah.
college degree, the college degrees he got proves it too, according to the police.
Well,
That's
see,
why he
'cause
went to school.
right, then and here's the thing for me, a lot of people too over the past few days have been like, "Oh, do you really think a guy that's, that would, spend all this time going to school for this, got his master's, is
Right.
working on his PhD, do you really think a guy like that would throw, his life
Well,
away or whatever?" But
it's like a guy goes into construction so one day he can kill people with a hammer.
Mhm.
Is that what you're saying? The
No,
whole
that's
reason he
that's
got in
not
there
what
is
I'm
so he
saying.
could beat some of the death with a claw hammer 12 years later. That was his whole
Yeah.
goal, becoming a framer.
No, that's not what I was
Well,
saying.
no, that's what the police were saying
But
about Brian
yeah.
Kohlberg, right?
Yeah, basically. Welcome, Jules. Thanks for jumping up here, hon. We appreciate you.
Hey,
Hey
Jules.
guys, what's going on?
What's up?
Hello.
Oh, I've got one last thing really quick before I
So
forget it.
Echo did just ask real
Oh, go
quick,
ahead.
sorry, that if you work for the police, do you have separate police phone number, a separate police number? Now, I do know that a lot of like my friends that are police officers have dual phones. They have their own personal phone, and they get a phone with the police department that is used that way. So, yeah, but he would not apply for that phone number if he was working for the police department for, say, for whatever reason. They would give him that themselves, in my opinion, I believe. So,
Yeah,
Right.
it would be contracted with the police department.
exactly. So, I think that answers that, Echo. And again, go ahead with your question, Dolphin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, like I said, the thing with the phone and changing the number and all that, to me, it just sort of it hints at some sort of like he had a plan before he even went out there,
Possible. Yeah. Very
That's all I was kind of, going with that. But the last thing that I can think of that I wrote down was yeah, JLR, everybody has their opinion of him or whatever, but he did have some little video a few weeks ago, and he was talking about the Carfax report that he pulled on Koberger's car.
right.
And he said something. Did you guys see that? So he said something about like in between maybe like I don't know, an oil change and a service appointment or whatever of like a few months or something, he had put like 10,000 miles on his car.
Yeah, we saw that a while ago that he had put I think it was over 10,000 miles.
Mhm.
What was it, Jules? I think we talked about it when we were
Oh, I
looking at
must have
the
missed that.
DoorDash thing. Remember that?
Yeah, whenever you did the math, it like went down to like barely anything. Like
Yeah,
me
it
just
did.
driving to the store and back from where I live would have done the exact same thing. Yeah, it wasn't really all that much if you did the math down to the amount of days he was in town at all.
Exactly. And then what happens is also the guys driving back and forth from PA to Washington. I'm
Yep.
sure it happened more than just this one time.
No, this was before he started school.
The 10,000 miles.
Supposedly from JLR. I'll have to go back and find the video, but
Well,
basically he
made
said, does
he
it?
could have worked for a delivery service. I've always
Mhm.
questioned that from the start. I mean, it could have been JoJo's Pizzeria. We don't know what the kid was doing.
Yeah.
That's the problem
Something
here. I mean, he could have been in all those cell phone pings could denote work deliveries. Maybe who knows? Maybe he was. You know, that's the chaos that we have to put up with, and that's why the preliminary hearing Well, I wish that would have happened the way it was supposed to. This stuff would all be answered, you know?
The only thing though
Crazy.
with that is, I was gonna say, my brother was working on his PhD, right? And the amount of money that universities throw at PhD students is ridiculous. The grants that they throw at them it's ridiculous, the kind of money that they're making, and then they're also a TA and whatnot. So a PhD student, number one, doesn't have time to be doing DoorDash, and whatnot.
Right.
And number two, they wouldn't need to do DoorDash because I'm serious, they give them a ton of money.
Yeah,
Plus,
there's
if their
stipending that's
schooling
given
is
out.
paid, yeah, yeah.
Right.
So,
There's the Carfax, by the way, guys, so you can see it if you'd like
okay.
to.
Listen,
Thank you,
let's
man.
be clear though. He was in a school that's of moderate expense, and he was living in like a room. So I don't know how much money he was getting. I'm not saying that there isn't money to that career. There's probably a tremendous amount of money. But again, how it works for your brother right now, I don't think he'd gotten to that point. I think that's what he was working towards, right? That's why he was still in school. So
Yeah.
whether he was employed outside doing a delivery or not is still unknown, because you could look at these cell phone pings and ask yourself, why is he going to all these areas? And it would make sense even at odd hours if he was doing some type of service that required his car. Who knows? Maybe he was picking up handicaps or something. I don't know.
Just to address this real quick, Tammy Lynn, we did notice that. We did catch that a while back with the different vehicle. And of course, we questioned why that happened when the October stop happened with the female police officer for Brian. And it did come back as a different vehicle. I've talked to multiple people about this and come to the conclusion that it was just an actual mistake. That's my opinion. I may be wrong on that, but we did address that at some point. And we did see it. So just so you know. But thank you very much. It was a Cilantro, that's correct. It is definitely still weird. I've talked with Jules, we've talked about it. I've talked with multiple other people about it. It was definitely a weird situation. I talked to a couple police officer friends of mine that explained to me that, for one, it could just be an absolute mistake. Two, that what happens sometimes is if you have a vehicle, your older vehicle, you buy a new vehicle that you can transfer the plates from that vehicle to the new vehicle. I don't know if he owned a Cilantro, but I'm just saying that can happen as well. And or it could just be a general mistake. Which
it wouldn't be shocking that he owned a Cilantro and upgraded to the Elantra, because the Cilantro is the level down.
Yeah.
And that plate be transferred to the Elantra. It may have been something his parents gave, maybe, if in fact that
it would
explain why that plate would come back that way.
Maybe he bought a new car before he went to Washington because he was going to be traveling. Who knows? But we don't know for a fact yet.
But is this showing that he's owned it since 2019?
This shows. Let me see. I don't really know how to read these.
Because it says owner for 2019. That's where it like ends. So that would mean him, right?
Yeah.
And then it says Pennsylvania and Washington. So if that's the case, and he's owned the car that he got caught in 2020. What is that, like 3 years? I mean, there's no reason for it to have come back through dispatch as incorrect. He's had the car for years.
Plated it over multiple times now. Yeah, so it should have, at least based on what we do here. Every year you get a new registration and new sticker for it. So I believe that's how that works. I don't know if PA is different. It shouldn't be. I live very close to PA, and I'm pretty sure. I know they have to be inspected. That's the only difference. But yeah, it shouldn't come back as a mistake like that at all. And the plates definitely have worn their welcome in by now. They're into the new vehicle. It shouldn't be a mistake. So there again, all we have left at that point is dispatch mistake or something else that we don't know. So it's definitely a weird situation. PA plates may have transferred from his mom's old car too. Somewhere was discussed. Yeah, that had been talked about as well, but I don't know. It was like she just said, guys, it's how many years ago? That should have been, that should have been changed already.
Right.
But I don't know that it shows any malfeasance on Koberger's part. I mean, it just doesn't. I mean, what's its importance as far as all of this goes?
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like an outlying issue that we're aware of, but does it have anything at all to do with him, whether he killed 4 people or not? I suspect probably not.
At that point, probably not. No, not at all. Because what does it say? There was a screw up with the plates, or does it say something else? it doesn't mean that he was in that house and did what he did. It could mean something separate from that, yeah, but I don't think that makes him a murderer, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's we've been fed a lot of stuff that on the face of it could be created. We can assume it means something. I do it myself. We all do it, right? And yet, in fact, when you boil it right down to the question of do they have evidence to tell us that he did this? Did he show us anything? Is it verifiable? And it isn't. And that's why we all have these ideas on different situations because they never filled them in when they filed documents. And then when Brian tried to get them filled in himself, they refused to give the guy the stuff. You know what I mean? Then they went and indicted him in secret. So here we all are, right? We're at 40,000 feet. We don't know if we got a parachute and someone's yelled jump. I'm like, no, man, I'm not jumping.
Just for earlier, guys, here's the gifting deed for the house that was Board of Regents of the University of Idaho. Body politic and corporate organized existing under the Constitution and laws of the state of Idaho, whose current mailing address is blah, 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 blah. All of donors' right, title, and interest in the following real estate. And here it is, King Road. So that's a gifting deed. The house does belong to the university and it was gifted. So there you go, folks.
And now that homeowner gets to write off a massive amount on their taxes.
Yes, very much.
Didn't you guys say the homeowner is dodgy, has some sort of past?
Yeah, there were some issues with him, and for sure.
I mean, it didn't help that one crashed vehicle that was found in what was it, Colorado? Apparently links back to the owner to Oregon. Yeah, there's been. See, that's why this case is so just a matrix hole of bullshit because there's so many weird things like that. Like, why is that even a thing? I don't know. Doesn't make sense.
Right. Well, Abracadabra makes a point when they say that his phone came on connecting at 247, it went off and came back on at 448 south of Moscow. But it went off at the Pullman, which would be his area of his residence, and then it came back on south of Moscow, driving back to Pullman. So we don't know what he did during that period of time, and we could make up any story we want, like the cop did. That proves that he turned his phone off to go kill these girls. Well, it could prove that, but you got to show us that he killed those girls and was even in that house first. Because to just jump from that statement to this guy's guilty, let's burn him at the cross, is just for me too big of a jump. I want to see that connects to exactly what that kid did that night.
Well, it's not just that.
You know, that's to me is chaos. Like Jules just said, there's just so many rabbit holes here. And the information they give us create this rabbit hole. These people aren't trying to give us fact. They're just creating rabbit holes. Every time they come out on TV and say a word about it. New rabbit hole.
Well, it's not just that, but they claim that they have all this footage that they're talking about in the PCAs. Yet, don't you think that if they actually had him on camera going in and out of anything, they would have put that in there as a detail for why he's the guy? And there's nothing there. And then you have to also question, Olivia, Kaylee's sister, is the one that corrected the timeline in the first place. So how much freaking footage did she see that could have evidence and stuff in it too? I just don't understand. They have all these misconceptions, but no proof being shown to us on anything that they're giving us.
I wouldn't argue against transfer DNA if they clearly stated in their application for a warrant that sheath is the type of sheath that's consistent with the weapon used to commit these murders. See, that would go a long way for me to give a lot of hesitation to say that transfer DNA doesn't mean anything. At that point, okay, we better go with it. But they don't say that. They don't connect the sheath to anything. They don't even tell us what assumed murder weapon was used. They just told us what kind of wounds were inflicted. And some of those wounds aren't consistent with a knife that would fit in that sheath. So this is what I mean. It's all rabbit hole after rabbit hole. Why not just tell us what you got? Right off the bat, why would a judge approve such a haphazard application of the law? That's shocking to me. That warrant is so deficient because all the pertinent information may mean exactly Brian Koberger's guilty, but none of it, as it's written, even can suggest the guy was involved.
Right.
He's just some dude that was in the area that you saw on a camera. A car. You don't even know if it's him.
Well, guys,
it's insane. I'm gonna give you guys back your Friday.
Oh, you're good, Sarge.
I got to jump off, so that was the point.
All right. Thank you, sir. Once
Love
again,
love coming in here.
No problem, sir.
A good Jules was in here. I thought she wasn't coming in here because of me. Now I feel a little more.
No, she's just always busy.
Yeah, just at work. I have to make a lot of medical phone calls.
I'm just teasing you.
So this was just recently dropped. and this is the objection to the motion to stay proceedings. Surprise. Comes now, state of Ohio. I'm not going to read all that to you guys. Background. On May 16th of 2023, defendant was indicted by Latah County Grand Jury on 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary. 3 days later, on May 19th, defendant filed a motion requesting release of grand jury materials under qualified protective order, motion to enlarge time to file pretrial motions, and motion to make available the record of all proceedings of the grand jury. On May 26th, the state filed its response to defense motion to enlarge time. The state noted that it did not object to defendant's motion to enlarge time and went a step further by concurring in his request for additional time. On May 30th, the state filed its response to defendant's motions regarding grand jury record and transcript and a proposal order for preparation and release of transcript and record of grand jury proceedings with conditions. As noted in that response, the state had also provided a proposed stipulation, as you guys remember, to defendants counsel on May 25th after the parties were unable to reach an agreement as to the scope of grand jury materials that would be subject to release. The state submitted its supplemental response to defendants' motions regarding a grand jury record and transcript on June 6th, on June 13th. The defendants filed a reply to state supplemental response to defendants' motions regarding grand jury record and transcript, addressing the substantive, is that spelled right? Substantive legal arguments that state set forth in its June 6th supplemental response. Also on June 13th, the defendant filed a motion to stay proceedings. Defendant asserts that he intends to contest the indictment, Def Mo to stay part 2, and asks this court to stay this matter so he that he may discover the grounds upon which to file a motion to dismiss related to the how the grand jury was selected. Okay, ID at 2-3. In his motion stay, defendant relies solely on Idaho Code 2-213.ID. Here's the argument, as there will be. Defendant's reliance on Idaho Code 2-213 is misplaced. That statute provides that a party can request a stay in proceedings where there has been a substantial failure to comply with the applicable law. In selecting the grand jury or trial, I.C.2-213 under 2-213, a motion to stay must contain a sworn statement of facts, which is true, would constitute a substantial failure to comply with this chapter, I.C.2-213. Only after the courts determine that a substantial failure to comply has occurred can the matter be stayed. Upon motion filed under subsection 1 of this section containing a sworn statement of facts, which, if true, would constitute a substantial failure to comply with this chapter, the moving party is entitled to present in support of the motion the testimony of the jury commissioner or the clerk, any relevant records and papers not public or otherwise available, used by the jury commissioner or the clerk, and other relevant evidence if the court determines that in selecting either a grand jury or trial jury, there has been a substantial failure to comply with this chapter. The court shall stay the proceeding pending the selection of the jury in conformity with this chapter, quash an indictment, or grant other appropriate relief. As the plain language of the statutes make clear, a moving party must make a factual showing of substantial failure to comply with the statute and only after a court makes a finding that such failure to comply occurred, can the court stay the matter. Defendant's motion is deficient because he did not include a sworn statement of facts, which, if true, would constitute a substantial failure to comply with this chapter ID. Rather than include a sworn statement with this motion, defendant asserts in a footnote that Mr. Koberger will comply with filing a sworn statement of facts in accordance with I.C.2-2132. As soon as he has the grand jury record, def motion to stay proceedings, part 3-2. By including this promise to file a sworn statement in the future, defendant implicitly concedes that his motion is deficient at the present because defendant has failed to comply with this key requirement of Idaho Code 2-213. His motion should be denied. It is unclear to the state how defendant should assert he will swear to the court that a substantial failure to comply with the law in the jury selection process occurred when he has yet to review the grand jury materials upon which he intends to rely. Objection to motion to stay. The conclusion of this is defendant asked this court to put the cart before the horse. Stay the case now, and defendant will give the court a basis for the stay later. The court should decline to adopt this backward reading of the requirements of Idaho Code 2-213. Defendant's motion should be denied. Wow.
Notice that they matched sarcasm there, because in the other one,
yes,
it's all, read a little bit now, ask for the rest later or whatever. And now they're like, let's put the cart before the horse. All this is a huge dick measuring contest. This is the stupidest crap I've ever seen in my life.
Yes. They're fighting back and forth.
And they also admit into this that, they're right. We haven't given them all of the grand jury materials. So he has no right to be even trying to tell us that he's trying to get rid of this indictment if we know for a fact he hasn't read everything from the grand jury. Okay, well, you're outing yourself as to also being insufficient.
Right.
It's also stupid.
Yes.
Yeah,
very, very, very much so. So here we are once again, another document that shows stupidity, in my opinion. Let me see. Defendant's second motion to compel discovery, clarification to state supplemental response, amended motion to stay proceedings. Those are the new documents, folks. I didn't really want to bring that out today unless you guys really want me to. It's up to you. Do you guys want to cover these today, or do you want to wait for, well, it's up to you. What do you think? Anybody up here on the panel?
Well, I'm about to go run the kids to town, so y'all can do whatever y'all want to do.
Yeah, I've got to pick up the dog from the vet.
I was just kind of hoping you'd say that because I really need to get down and do some other things.
I know
We
you've
can
been up
cover
there
these
for a long
Monday,
time.
guys, if you want to. Jules, I appreciate you jumping up here, hon. I know you've been busy.
Problem.
Wait a minute. Let me move this here.
But I mean, honestly, this was all just expected. I mean, I've been looking on the page pretty much like every 30 minutes waiting for this because I was expecting for them to be like, nope, not going to happen. But I mean, that's what they have the hearing for coming up.
Absolutely. Welcome, Southern Logic. It's great to have you here. I appreciate you jumping in and listening to what we had to say today. It's great to see you. And guys, if you don't know who I'm talking about, another great channel we have in here called Southern Logic. Guys, there's the link for it. Go over, show a little bit of love, subscribe, and listen. You're not going to be disappointed. I promise you that. So again, thank you, Southern Logic, for jumping in. I appreciate you so very much. 1 second here. What am I looking for? Somebody just asked me. Oh, no change. Okay. I'm looking, guys. Calm down. I guess we got another email here. Maybe.
Are you planning to maybe do another one of these?
Oh, I'm going to start doing these on a regular basis, at least once a week at the very least.
Good. Okay.
You guys deserve to have your voice out there. You guys deserve to have the ability to speak your mind on a platform such as this that you will not be attacked on or judged on. So Yeah, I absolutely am going to be doing this from now on, at least once a week, at the very least. Depending on how information comes out with this, for sure. 1 second, ladies. I'm sorry. Um, where was this? I cannot find anything. What is the email title, Chains, or anybody that knows about it? What is the title on it? Because I can't find it in here. Oh my gosh, there's another one of those. Okay. Yes, sir, Mikey. I don't see anything, lady. Does anybody have a title on this one? And is it coming up under your name, Chains? Oh, okay. Let me see. Okay. Thank you, Chains. Let me see, hon. Wait a minute. That's not the right one.
Okay. I guess I'll just go ahead and say goodbye now because I really have to go pick up
Okay.
my
All right.
dogs.
I'm
So,
sorry. Thank you
oh
so
no,
much.
you're fine.
I appreciate everything that you've had to say today and the fact that you wanted to jump up here. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. See you guys later. Are you doing something tonight or?
I will be tonight over with Publicly Buzz tonight at 10:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, okay.
It's not going to cover this, but it's called Feral Fridays over there. It's usually pretty good time. So if you're not doing
Feral
nothing, come on.
Fridays. Okay.
Absolutely.
Alrighty. Well, thanks a lot, and
Yes,
you
ma'am.
guys take care. Have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you so very much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Are we talking about this here? Is this what you guys were talking about? (1122) King Road, Moscow. Current owner, Board of Regents, University of Idaho, February 24th, 2023. Assessed value at whoa.
I mean, that's not surprising in today's economy, but what are they trying to show with this? The cash purchase thing? I mean, because that just might be the way that this website posted it because it was donated.
Yeah, very possible. Yeah, but that is a high price for that piece of shit house, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but with the way that the prices are, I mean, the house that mom's trying to sell is trying to. I mean, they're telling her it's worth like $200,000 more than what I personally think it's worth, and it's just because of the economy.
That's ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. Wow. Yeah, definitely interesting, but I get
But I
it.
mean, that's useless now because it's been donated for destruction. So,
right.
But at least it does prove that the university does have it.
That's a fact. Doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. John Missell says that's an assessed value, right? Gotcha. That's what it says. Still, it seems kind of high in my opinion, but that's my opinion. I don't know much about the housing market at this point, but I would think the property value would be a lot lower than what it is after what's happened. Well,
there was a comment in here claiming that it was like $470K before the incident, which is just even more ridiculous.
That's ridiculous because sad. Thank you very much for that email. I appreciate that. It is giant tax write-up is all it is now. Giant. So
yeah, for sure.
Right. All right. I think that is going to do it for today. Jules, thanks for jumping up. I'm sorry we didn't get a little more time together, but
you were good. Yeah, I was busy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll be in the chat whenever you're over there on Publicly Buzz, though. I'm going to go grab me some spiked lemonade.
All right. Sounds like a plan, guys.
So I'll see y'all later. Bye, you guys. Have a good weekend.
You too. All right, bye-bye. All right, guys. Hold on a minute. Brandy sent me an email too. You guys are killing me. Let me see something here. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, no, I got those, honey. Thank you though. More documents. I appreciate that, Brandy. We'll probably be looking at those Monday then, if nothing else. For sure. What is this? Generation Pentecostal kind of demands the neighbor killed and trust. What? The neighbor killed and trust with BK. Neighbors hide clothes and knife. Okay, that's different. Interesting. Thank you for the information. The neighbor kill then trust with BK. Neighbors hide clothes and knife. I don't know. That's interesting. Thank you for that. All right. I think that's going to do it for today, guys. Like I said, tonight I will be absolutely, Gina. I will I will be live with the Brothers Buzz tonight at Publicly Buzz, 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. I think we're going to be getting into some paranormal stuff, folks, on Feral Friday. It's always a party over there. You cannot miss it. It is always so much fun. I'm looking forward to it. I never have, Jen, either. But I hope to see you guys all there if you can do it. 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. It's always fun. Always a good time. They are, in my opinion, our extended family over there. We always have a great time with them and they with us. So can't wait for that. I hope to see you guys all there. I hope the rest of you guys that I do not see. I probably won't be here this weekend. But if I happen to pop up, it'll be a surprise. If not, I hope you guys have the absolute most wonderful weekend you can. I love each and every one of you guys to death. Moderators, you did a great job as always. Thank you to anybody that has donated to support the channel. And anybody that just supports us in general. You guys make this channel what it is. This channel is your channel, folks. Don't forget to love yourselves and to love each other, guys, because that's all we have. You guys have an amazing rest of your day, and I will see you on the other side. Have a great one, folks. Bye-bye.